It's above 100 Fahrenheit. I can't tell if it's day or if it's night. It's burning unbelievably bright. I'm blinded by these flashing lights. I wish I could understand the hope they hate and the light. How dare you, it's unfair. Do nothing close your eyes. I can't remember who I am. Everything's a blur. Take me over. You think by now that I would have learned not to play with fire. I don't wanna get burned, but I'm a pyromaniac, and your veins are full of gas. We're burning higher, higher. I'm storming this wildfire. I am immune, wildfire. Because of you, wildfire. I'm fireproof, wildfire. Because of you, wildfire. Say hello, what's up with you? I'm starting to talk like you do. Here we go, I'll be gone soon. Day by day, everything has changed. We've grown apart this time. I can't figure out the reason why. It's funny how much I'd kinda like to see you cry. I can't remember who I am. Everything's a blur. Take me over. You think by now that I would have learned not to play with fire. I don't wanna get burned, but I'm a pyromaniac, and your veins are full of gas. We're burning higher, higher. I'm storming this wildfire. I am immune, wildfire. Because of you, wildfire. I'm fireproof, wildfire. Because of you, wildfire. broke them one by one. The smile that I had through all these years, it bears these hateful tears. The scars that I have, I gulped although they hurt, but you won't know. And if it is true, you should admit you didn't notice it. Words you say that we can't see, they hit and they are killing me. You don't know how I feel inside. You don't know just how much I tried. Light that burned its out by now. I tried to get it back somehow. The eye is slowly turning me into what it was. In case you won't come, but run and flee. You know, it's fine with me. But if you are here and choose to be real, all my wounds will not heal. It's always the same with me. So deep inside my heart you'll be. You're smiling and that's all I see. You know it's unforgivable that it hurts, it's hard to say, 'cause you won't hear it anyway. The eye it turns to gold on my behalf and love. Right now I could just disappear, but it's a lie, it is a lie. Words you say that we can't see, they hit and they are killing me. No, it's unforgivably. Also, is this type of me? But if you think that this is fine, then please come kill me, don't decline. 'Cause I am slowly turning me into what is lies, only lies, only
Are you afraid of the dark? Are you scared? I can see you from behind. You can hear me in your mind. Run so fast as you can go. Time will catch you before
Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say
Kids forever, kids forever. Baby soft skin turns into leather. Don't be dramatic, it's only some plastic.
come on now, follow my lead.
Oh, Mrs. Potato Head, tell me, is it true that pain is beauty? Does a new face come with a warranty? Will a pretty face make it better? Oh, Mr. Potato Head, tell me, how did you afford a surgery? Do you swear you'll stay forever, even if your face
I'm in
is
love with your body. I'm in love with your body. I'm in love with your body.
even if your face
I'm in love with your body. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape
more
of
confidence. Potatoes turn to French fries, yeah, it's common sense. All you need's a couple more condiments and $100,000 for some compliments. Ha ha, it's such a waste when little girls grow into their mother's face. But little girls are learning how to cut and paste and pucker up their lips until they suffocate. Ha ha.
girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say
Kids forever, kids forever. Baby soft skin turns into leather. Don't be dramatic, it's only some plastic.
come on now, follow my lead.
Oh, Mrs. Potato Head, tell me, is it true that pain is beauty? Does a up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean our throat. We rise up from the dust and clean our throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come, my tears, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. The world is full of wonder, it's full of magic, it's full of dreams. It's like a butterfly in summer. It's so romantic, it's so serene. As I watch the ocean waves, I'm frozen in a gaze. Oh, what a Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it just like the sunrise. We gonna let it rain. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain. Run free and dive into the sky. Hear the wind crying out its prayer. Why are we so ashamed to be alive? Break the chains and our freedom's ours to take. Look behind your back. Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join the army of the shadows. Going harder, we are more than numbers. Standing in this shade. Going louder, we are all one color. Standing in their way. Join the army of the shadows. Going louder, we are all one color, standing in the way. Whenever your heart is broken, don't ever forget you're golden. I will find a light in your soul, I'll be there. Never leaving you in the darkness, even when you're out of focus. I will be the light in your life, you'll see it clear. I'll be your inspiration, 'cause I know that you'll do just what you're told. I'll be your heart and temptation, 'cause I know that you'll make it on your own. Baby, you can count on me now. When you're falling down, 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 I will find a light in your soul, I'll be there. Leaving you alone is the hardest, even when you're out of focus. I will be the light in your life, you'll see it clear. I'll be your inspiration, 'cause I know that you'll do just what you're told. I'll be your heart and temptation, 'cause I know that you'll make it on your own. I'll be your inspiration, 'cause I know that you'll do just what you're told. I'll be your heart and temptation, 'cause I know that you'll make it on your own. On your own. Moving down to LA, to the land of opportunity. My grandma thinks I'm crazy for giving Hollywood a piece of me. I'm holding my head high, act like the world's mine. I didn't come for nothing, and all I know is I can't let them see. I got no idea what I'm doing. Take it all till I make it all the way. I've been winning, I've been losing, but you're never gonna read my poker face. Take it all till I make it. Take it all till I make like a riptide. I don't know if I'll survive as the darkness falls. An ocean in your eyes, and I need you to let me go, to let it flow. I'm falling down. Your waves are pulling me under. I drown to the sound of thunder. The ocean is taking another life. Your waves are pulling me under. We all know what makes us suffer. The ocean is taking another life. I'm caught in your riptide. I'm caught in your riptide. I'm caught in your riptide. The water rushing over. My body grows colder, closer to you. Everything is blue now. Tell me how it's so beautiful. Illuminate all that need is you. Your waves are pulling me under. I drown to the sound of thunder. The ocean is taking another life. Your waves are pulling me under. We all know what makes us suffer. The ocean is taking another life. I'm caught in your riptide. I'm caught in your riptide. Your waves are pulling me under. We all know what makes us suffer. The ocean is taking another life. I'm caught in your riptide. hide rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. Don't say a word. I've heard before, I'm getting my nerve to win this fight, 'cause the end's inside now. They integrated me, ooh. Think that I'm playing a fool. Honey, I'll hold down. I wish you well, and I won't be back now. Well, you can go and hate me, but I just fell in love with all this freedom that I found. Saying I've been different lately. Think I should let you know that I am not your baby. Lines are blurred. I love it when you call me absurd. Got yourself to blame, causing all this pain. So they integrated me, ooh. Think that I'm playing the fool. Honey, I'll hold out. I wish you well, and I won't be back now. Well, you can go and hate me, but I just fell in love with all this freedom that I found. Saying I've been different lately. Think I should let you know that I am not your baby Nobody said it'd be easy, but we took a train to the ceiling. And I'm high on all of my feelings. Don't wake me up from the stream. I bought a one-way ticket to space. Let's get out of here. I heard you, but it's nice this time of year. Out in the wild, find a Eden. Let's stay a while, never leaving. Sound the alarm in my heart.
Yeah. Unknown Brain, Marvin Devine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, and I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say
Yeah, my life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you frowning, see you looking down and out, coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music. I'm saying
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, and I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say over your skin, you can see it beat, intoxicating your energy. First time in so long you felt the heat, evaporating your bindings. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Golden bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Golden bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the I know the sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue. But there are days you feel freedom too. Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold a Friday, downtown Avenue Way. I didn't know that you were gonna be my getaway. I swear I never learned, can't live without the burn. So I light it up and feel the rest. That's how you wanna be remembered. Feeling blue on side streets, cold like December. Is this what you came so far for? I don't know you're worth more. So why don't we go and leave the city and drive past concrete? And I know it's so pretty, but I can't do it no more. So why don't we go and leave the city and drive past concrete? And I know it's so pretty, but I can't do it no more. Why don't we go Is this how you wanna be remembered? Feeling blue on side streets, cold like December. Is this what you came so far for? I don't know you're worth more. So why don't we go and leave the city and drive past concrete? And I know it's so pretty, but I can't do it no more. So why don't we go and leave the city and drive past concrete? And I know it's so pretty, but I can't do it no more. Why don't we go
Welcome back to Bullshit Creepypasta Storytime, where I read stories and then go see a therapist, although the two aren't necessarily related. In any case, I've lined up a raw, edgy story. Welcome back to Bullshit Creepypasta Storytime, where I read stories and then go see a therapist, although the two aren't necessarily related. In any case, I've lined up a raw, edgy story about racing with spooky ghosts. As such, I present Mario Kart Black, aka there's no way they'll call him that in the dub. The story. Riveting title. My name is Sarah, and I am 17 years old. I used to live in my happy neighborhood in New Jersey. A lie, because there's no such thing as that. But not anymore. In fact, I also used to have an older brother who cares so much about me and always stands up for me. But he died 4 years ago. What happened to him? Did he die? Yes, he died. Does it have something to do with why you have to leave New Jersey? No one said anything about leaving New Jersey, for one, and two, why are you asking me these questions? I'm not gonna write your story for you, Sarah. But the story I'm about to tell you will give you all the answers It all started back in 2009, when it was my older brother's, and in parentheses, I won't reveal his name, so let's just call him Jacob, 21st birthday. My brother just got a Nintendo Wii for his birthday. He was surprised he got the black-colored Wii console. Cause wow, there's like 3-ish colors? Maybe 4? It could have been any color. But it's great since it holds more data than the original white ones. However, our parents said there weren't any Wii games that came along with it. Which is a lie because Wii Sports came along with it. But that's odd. So they gave us some money to buy some as I come along with Jacob to GameStop, and in parentheses, since they're the best source of finding games that you want to buy. Apparently Sarah thinks it's fun to lie. When we arrived at the closest GameStop, I noticed that there were hundreds of games to choose from. From saying the word from again, Mario, to Zelda, to Pokemon, to first-person shooters. They had the Conduit and the Conduit too. That's 2 whole games. But Jacob and I started searching around for the perfect Wii game to start with. 4 minutes later, I was looking for Mario games, and Jacob was looking for Rated M, and in parentheses, for mature, just in case no one put 2 and 2 together. And in amusement, I found the perfect game for Jacob's new Wii. The game appeared to be a Mario game, and it was called Mario Kart Wii. Mario Kart Wii appeared to be a Mario game, but we're still not sure. But I remembered playing Mario Kart 64 when I was a little kid, and Jacob always beat me in a race. But that was the past. With Mario Kart Wii, that isn't going to happen. I will show Jacob what I'm made of when I show him this. Yeah, that game case will put him in his place. I'll show him who's going to be the one losing all the time. So I ran to Jacob and showed him the game, and when I did, he laughed. Really? You expect that to be my first Wii game ever, Jacob said? Remember all the times I keep losing to you in Mario Kart 64, guess what? That ain't gonna happen in this game, I replied. Jacob said, no, what I'm saying is, why should we start off with that when we could start this game, exclamation point, question mark. He showed me a Mario game that has Rated M on it. I think it's very weird because I don't think Nintendo had ever made a game with Rated M on it before. Guess we're not counting third parties. But normally our parents wouldn't let us play Rated M games, despite the fact that I, the author, am 17 and have a brother who is 21. Our parents suck. But we're supposed to look for games that we can play together. Nothing says healthy like forced family bonding. Another thing is that Jacob loves games that are Rated M. The word mature is like saying Voldemort in this universe. But yeah, Jacob loves the letter M, which are, in other words, zombie killing, shooting games, games with drugs, bloods, that's more than one blood for the record, and of course, some hardcore language, like mosh pit. But as a 17-year-old girl, I am willing to have the guts to play this game Jacob is talking about. I agree with Jacob that we should buy this game, making you an enabler to this bad story. I'll never forgive you. Before we handed it to the cashier, I took a good look at the game. It was called Mario Kart Black, and in parentheses, probably a Mario Kart game. Did the word kart give it away? But the box art depicted a zombie-looking Mario with his cap on caught on fire, extra on just in case, with a pitch black background. And on the bottom of the picture was the Nintendo logo and the rated M symbol. It's a symbol now. I looked at the back of the box, and there was nothing but two phrases that said suicide and murder in big bloody letters. Nintendo let the clickbait sites write the quotes for this game. Are you sure we should buy this? This game looks suspicious, I said nervously. Oh, come on, what are you, scared? You're scared of a Mario game? With carts? Don't be such a chicken, Jacob replied. I'm not a chicken, I yelled, but didn't use an exclamation point. Just when we made it the cashier, oh my god, they created a person. I gave the cashier the game, and when I did, the cashier, who sadly doesn't have a name tag, started shaking. Like he was scared of what I gave him. Clearly, he's not in the right line of business. But the cashier tried to calm down, but wouldn't stop shaking. I tried to ask if Nintendo really did make this game, because GameStop employees are always in on the loop. Except when they're not, and they sell you a copy of Baten Kaitos with no discs. The cashier said in a nervous voice, "Just take the game, kid. Just take it for free," and then ran off to the employees' room. That cashier is such a whiny baby, Jacob said, unable to think of a better insult. Then I said to him, I don't know if we should take it or not. Please, sister, this game looks awesome, Jacob begged. You're 21 and can't make your own decisions yet. Arthur has to do it for you? I hate you, Jacob. But didn't you saw the cashier's face when I gave it to him? I asked. Yeah, he's just too much of a chicken, Jacob's go-to insult. Let's just take it, he said, as he grabs my arm and the game, heading out of the GameStop and going home without getting arrested for stealing or anything. Our parents were at work, so Jacob suggested that we try out our new Mario Kart game. Though I don't think it's a good idea since I'm having that feeling something bad is going to happen, otherwise known as a bad feeling, as we head up to his bedroom when we inserted the disc, and in parentheses, which was a blank disc, with the phrase Mario Kart Black written on a permanent black marker. Why someone felt the need to write on a marker, we'll never know. But we started up the Wii. I noticed two strange things. One, the startup icon for the game, and in parentheses, the thing that you see when you insert a Wii game, author breaking down important bits of information, but it was completely black screen. Oh, we left out words too, oh no! Two, when we touched the icon with the Wiimotes, there was no intro. It was still a completely black screen with no music or sounds coming from it. Wow, it sounds really exciting. I then pressed start, and the game started. And now everyone knows what start does. The first thing that happened is, when it started, there was another black screen with a text message that said, "Welcome to my world. Dude, comma, this is like being on a scary movie simulator," said Jacob being a complete dolt. But he was well amazed by that one message until another message came. Two things were far too much for Jacob to handle, but it stated, "Now we can have some fun." And some disturbing noises were heard from the TV. The statement finished its line with the phrase, "Racing in hell." You could cut the edginess with a spoon. Well, laughing noises were added, and blood was splattered all over the black screen, scaring Jacob a bit. He's allergic to the color red. It then cut to the title screen, which looked pretty gruesome. It depicted Mario and Luigi killing each other with knives, cutting each other apart. Gonna go off on a limb here and say, that's not how you drive. But above the slaughtered plumbers was the name of the game, which was Mario Kart Black, in case you hadn't read any of the stories so far, in which case you lucky duck. And disturbing music was playing. Author wants you to use your imagination as to what it sounds like, but trust me, it's playing. But why would Nintendo make such a scary game, I asked. Who cares? Jacob answered, like he really didn't care. this is the best game ever. It does look like Mario Kart Wii game I played with my friends last week, but looks like it's goddamn hacked or a mod, comma, but you still need to admit, comma, this is awesome. Holy shit, the spelling errors in that sentence. But what the author is trying to convey here is Jacob played Mario Kart Wii with his friends, and then Sarah did a poor job of recapping that, and now we move on with the story. Yeah, but, I replied, in complete awe of Jacob's stupidity, this looks like it was made by demons, or was made demonically by nature. Both stupid and implausible, but go on. Oh, please, sis, Jacob said. I don't think some demon made this game, nor... Jacob's not smart enough to use that word. Did the game came to this world by itself? This is still the scariest, but also best game I ever played. And you can't really argue with that incredible not answer out of Jacob. Now things are starting to confuse me even more. Jacob thinks that the game is a hacked version of Mario Kart Wii, but I think the game is either possessed by demons or was sent to this world by itself to torture those who find it. Both equally dumb conclusions that a person can come to. But when I pressed start on my Wiimote, there was only one mode in the game. Single player. No multiplayer, no Nintendo, Wi-Fi, although I did check and cried for a bit. No Mario Kart channel, just single player. As I pressed it, when we made it to the single player screen, it was another black screen. Lots of colors in this video game, and in parentheses, like the ones from before, in case you too have the memory of a goldfish and couldn't recall what the color black was. But there was two options on it. We can either enter hell or 4 dots. Both options were written in dried blood crimson letters. Jacob stopped for a minute before making a choice. I said, but didn't quote correctly, making this look a little weird, but you're right, Sarah. We shouldn't have bought this game that we didn't buy because we stole it. What was I thinking, in all caps, as he and I chose to enter hell? Oh, so Jacob is the kind of main character who's going to openly acknowledge bad things are happening, but just continue playing the game anyways because he's stupid. Great. I wish Jacob would listen to me. If he did, this would never happen. Maybe next time you should listen to your own sister, who thinks before buying things, I told him, implying she's any better because the console is still on. After pressing the enter hell option though, the game led us to the character selection screen. There, we noticed that the only character in the game that we can play as is Mario. Selecting him leads us to the kart selection screen, where only the Wild Wing is available. And finally, after choosing the Wild Wing, was the track selection screen. And there was only one track, which was called Suicide. The game didn't give us a preview of the track before we started, but we started it anyways because of its upbeat name. Jesus Christ. Why would they make such a gruesome game? We both thought, Sarah now having the ability to read her brother's mind. Before the race started, another text message appeared. It said, I'm pressed with you. You really want to come here, comma? You really want it? Do you? That can be taken out of context fairly easily, but then a demonic laugh was heard, while an image flashed, and then a loud heartbeat with more demonic laughing was heard, and in parentheses, this story's main sponsor, just like in Dreamy Rainbow 2. We were both when we saw that image pass by us, left out a word there. I don't even remember what it looked like though, since it was too fast, but I swear to my God, note to self, Sarah owns God, but she saw demonic Mario with his eyes missing and bloods, more than one blood, flowing from his sockets while smiling. He's taking it like a champ. After that, there was a static blocking the view for only a short time, and in parentheses, probably like 15 seconds. You can put the brackets away at any time, author, but then the real race started. Mario, comma, parentheses, Me and Jacob, who became a single entity, was the only racer on this track, which appears to be a very foggy, dark forest, with the sky being pitch black and it was raining. However, it wasn't drops of water that were falling. It was poor sentence structure and also drops of red liquid splattering on the road, which could be 5 dots blood? No, it's ketchup. It's raining blood. 3 question marks, I said, my voice scratchy, like if a woman saw a child getting murdered. The fuck? That's highly specific, Jesus Christ. But I think so, Jacob responded in a serious tone. But we still need to find out what's going on. Even Jacob understands the concept of story padding 101. He was going to protect me from the madness our game was causing as a human meat shield. After the 3, 2, 1, go message, we started to drive Mario and follow the race tracks. There were multiple tracks apparently. Confirmed, it's Mario Kart. The music that was playing for the course was the Endless Stairs theme from Super Mario 64. And every second, it gets louder and louder. Because of the heavily dense fog, Jacob nor do I have a single idea of where we are. And suddenly, lightning flashed on the screen. There wasn't even a map for the track so that we can find out where we are, and you're in front of a TV for the record. While the Endless Stairs theme got louder though, we started looking around for help, and by the time we did, the Endless Stairs theme had gotten loud as bloody hell, govna, that we have to wear our earplugs, which we keep on us at all times just in case this stuff happens. Though the music still pierced our ears. We kept looking for help until I saw something that caught my attention. Jacob and I headed over to see what it was, and as realization hits us, there was a huge pile of smashed, broken, and burned carts with mangled clothing, some guts, internal organs, and body parts and/or external organs. The Endless Stairs theme finally stopped, but then changed to a more distorted version of the game's main menu. We weren't able to control Mario after that. Did our Wiimotes broke or something? I asked my brother. No, Jacob answered. It's gotta be the game that's doing this. I mean, technically us because we're still playing it, but it's all the game's fault. Mario started to cry as he drives the Wild Wing by himself, going through the pile, like it's a cutscene. What grossed me out the most was that point is when he ran over Luigi's sliced head, cause someone had to do it, resulting in fresh blood gushing on the screen. I feel so bad for Mario. Poor plumber, Jacob said, like he now cares that Mario can't drive for shit. We see Mario driving while crying in such sadness for about 2 minutes. Then, we a sign. They became a sign, my god. But a sign that said, "Turn back now," in bloody red writing. And then, Mario stop, furious with all these spelling errors, but was still in tears. I then find out that we were able to control Mario again, and as soon as I did, Jacob told me something about that sign. He said, "I don't think I would do what that sign says if I were you. Hear me? We don't turn back. This could be a trap, and not the good kind." And so, I refused to do what the sign said and went past it. And when I did, I had unleashed the power of hell. Way to go, Jacob. We weren't, once again, able to control Mario. Mario started driving the Wild Wing by himself again. I know, you just said that. And this time, he drove so fast, he was a blur like Sonic, but with more successful games. Another lightning flashed the screen, as violent screaming can be heard while passing a couple of wrecked carts. The music then started to sound more distorted and worse. How fucking distorted can music become before you'll stop saying the words, Sarah? And then we heard someone yelling in a Satan-like voice. Cause you know what Satan sounds like. And Satan said Mario, which made Mario screams very loud. He screamed the spelling out of that sentence. Who said that? Who's there? Show yourself! Jacob yelled back. Jacob confused. The game responded with the screen fading to black, its favorite color. I was very frightened at this point though, but Jacob tried to be brave and still does his best to protect me by sitting in front of me, I guess. I'll tell you who said that, the game responded by text message, while realistically wheels skidding across the road could be heard. That was unnecessary. And also, the game paused for a moment. Me! In a demonic voice. So, you know, for everyone at home, it was the game. The game did it. So, there you go. That's the game both did it, and that's who it is. It's the game. Anyways, welcome to hell, he says. And then cuts to the cliff players would be at if they lose a Grand Prix, which I don't have footage of because I'm just too good. But Mario, who now looks way messed up, clearly on the drugs, and his wild wing was only there, and then 10 seconds later, Mario revved the engine and just sped off the cliff, jumping off about 240 feet into the ground, crashing, and another ear-piercing scream from Mario could be heard when the screen faded to black. How can the screen fade to black when everything in this story is the color black? But I tried to turn off the Wii console near the end of the story, stupid, but it won't shut off. I can't even turn off the TV, nor can I open the bedroom door. Great, the door is haunted too! Well, I guess we did fall for it, I said. Our game is already at us. I have no idea what that means, but a text message appeared on the black screen, which was the color black, I'll have you know, which consisted of only one word. Suicide, in all caps. The screen keeps flashing over and over as the word suicide gets larger and larger. Then, it got super huge. The phrase disappeared, and distorted music was playing along with the scary, brutal, edgy images of Mario characters being killed by a shadowy figure named Reggie. That's when Jacob had enough. He goes to his closet and grabbed his baseball bat and started smashing the Wii console into tiny pieces. No, by all means, don't try to unplug it. Just smash it into tiny pieces with the bat. As it got smashed, the TV shut off, because that's not how that works, and so did the game. Which I would hope so, considering you just smacked it with a fucking bat. But Jacob was still at rage, which doesn't make sense. Jacob, calm down, it's over, let me post this on the Creepypasta wiki, I said while trying to calm Jacob down. I can't help it. It just can't take this anymore, that I have to, Jacob yelled in dire need of a counselor. Our parents are gonna be mad at us when they get home, you know, I said. I know they will, said the other eye, but at least we're saved, Jacob responded. Not even responded, just respond, you lazy bastard. I don't think this is the end, I said in a weak voice as I saw a shape of something coming to us. Someone's coming. We were shocked to find out that shadow was Mario, who's apparently in real life. Finally found you two, he said. Now say hello to suicide and murder. Mario's classic catchphrase, which he said in all caps. I started to scream and jumped out of the bedroom window and started running. You're on your own, Jacob. But before I did, I saw Mario slaughtering Jacob brutally with his razor-sharp claws, that classic trait, which made me cry so hard. My older brother, who always stands up for me, who always cares about me, who always calls me a chicken, and do enjoyable things with me. That sounds stupid, I'm sorry. But he is dead, and it was because of this living hell game character who was brought from this game that we just played. I ran as fast as I can with tears falling down my face, knowing that Mario was already tracking me down. Luckily, she was typing this on the laptop while she was running, so before she dies, she can post it onto the wiki and everything will be okay. After running for my life for about 12 minutes, I had time to count each and every one apparently, and with my energy low, I noticed that Mario wasn't chasing me anymore. So then, in my head I said, I gotta hide. He could come back soon unless I hide from that sick psycho. Him and his plumbing. I decided to go to the GameStop. Yes, hide at a GameStop behind that cutout of Game Informer. It's the only way. That'll keep you safe though. But GameStop, where Jacob and I went to buy that game, while hiding there, I broke into the store also. I forgot to mention that part. But I noticed that the same cashier from before was still there. Conveniently, for the sake of this story. So, I went to ask him, how did that game got in the store, and why did Nintendo made such awful game? And why can't I speak? Excuse me, sir, I said to the cashier. Explain to me, how did this game called Mario Kart Black got here? Me and my bro played it, and it became a living nightmare that it already killed my brother. Do I get store credit or something? The cashier froze and recognized me from before. Well, he said nervously, I can tell you one thing, and that's Nintendo did not make this game. Then why does it have the logo on it? I asked. I don't know, kid. Cashier's never heard of Photoshop. All I know is that Nintendo didn't make it. I don't think they ever made such horrible game, sponsored by Mentos. Then how did you know it was horrible? I asked. Because I played it before with a couple of friends, the cashier responded, but in all caps. It was pretty damn terrible that it took my friends, he yelled while sobbing loudly, which made everyone in the store stop for a moment and watch us talking. You don't need to cry, you crybaby. Everyone's watching us, I said. Please, calm yourself down. I have another question. If Nintendo didn't make it, who did? I don't know who really made Mario Kart Black either. Everyone gasped and ran off the store screaming. Why did everyone left? You mean leave? Because of a secret that I must tell you, the cashier said. This is the secret cashier with the secrets. They played Mario Kart Black too, and they all lost family members and friends when they played it. Such a terrifying game. That's why they keep coming back to GameStop to shop for video games. Yay! I'm glad to see it didn't change their shopping patterns. Smart people. I gasped and head to the GameStop exit saying, well, I gotta go. It's good to see you. Bye, person I don't know. I went back on the run. I heard that Mario has taken over my family, killed my brother, Jacob, and even killed my parents. Was this on the news? But killed my parents when they got home. Now he's looking for me, because he has nothing better to do. Apparently quit his job as a plumber. I gotta get out of this city before it's too late. I was now running through the railroads where I noticed and got into a train which took me all the way to Louisiana. There, I was arrested immediately for hopping on a train, and I started a new life alone. And now an epilogue titled, Today. Today, my nightmare days are now history. I haven't seen Mario since I got to Louisiana. Mario hates Louisiana, apparently. But I live in a new neighborhood. Obviously, you're in Louisiana now, and I am hoping to get a house of my own. Or just a house. I got a new job as a nurse at a local hospital because hospitals are always looking for people with no training to work for them. 6 months working later, I finally got enough money to buy a house of my own. From being a nurse? And I am also married to someone. Oh, okay. To always there for me. Never fixed that spelling problem, unfortunately, but my husband reminds me of my brother, Jacob. icky. And when he does it, also reminds me of that one fateful night back in New Jersey. Something I will never forget. And then, comma, literal garbage. The story devolves into question marks and little symbols and nothing. There's no actual end of the story at all. So to recap, Mario is out there and he's real and he's killing people apparently, but he's not going to go to Louisiana. So move to Louisiana and you're going to be safe. This has been Bullshit Creepypasta Storytime. Thank you for watching. Hey everyone, welcome back to End Slate, where I'm sleepy because that story went on for a lot longer than I thought it was going to go on. Although I hope you enjoyed the story time on Mario Kart Black. But with that story behind me, welcome back to another Creepypasta story time where I not only tell you some of the scariest stories ever known to humankind, but also, question my life decisions as well once the video is over. Truly, it's a magical segment, and since it's almost fall, it's important that I warm up, so to speak, because there are more stories to come in the fall. Spooky Finger Puppet Ghost Month and whatnot. And with that in mind, we're just going to go ahead and hop right into this quote-unquote story. Real spooky story about a game that might be bootlegged or might be hacked and could also be pirated because that was mentioned in the story. Author can't seem to decide, but author also loves long words. So let's not put it off any longer and just hop right into the thrilling tale known only as The Legend of Zelda bootleg/hacked. One of my all-time favorite video games ever is unquestionably Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, which is a coincidence because I was just about to interrogate the author about what their favorite Super Nintendo Entertainment System video game was. But ever since I was a youngster, I'd play the hell out of it, collecting rupees, slaying bad guys, solving puzzles. You get the idea. No, I don't. Keep going about basic gameplay elements. I really want to hear you talk about them. And although I loved the game, I also thought it had a few bizarre and even frightening factors. Regardless, I still love that game to death. In addition to being such an avid fan of the game, I'm also a fan of retro video games. Oh, I sense a douche. Nowadays, I just can't seem to enjoy video games the way I previously did. That sounds like a personal problem. A lot of them nowadays are all cheap knockoffs of each other, like FPS games, for instance. Am I right, guys? High five? Anyway, as I said, I love old school video games. I primarily played Nintendo as a kid. Unfortunately, I had broken my original Super Nintendo many years ago, and at the time, I had no idea how to download an emulator. The internet is complicated, alright? I became upset because even in my youth, I loved 8-bit and 16-bit video games. Did I tell any of you that I like retro video games? Because if I haven't, I'm really going to drive that home as the story goes on. Nowadays, though, I can play or watch an old video game with the typing of a few keys and the click of a mouse. Ooh. But there's one game that I would absolutely not, and not is italicized, so you know that it probably has no significance to this overall story at all. But not play if it wasn't for an old-fashioned gaming console. A Link to the Past. So wait, if I understand this correctly, you're both really into retro games and you just can't use those emulators. They gotta be on the original system. I hate you. Luckily for me, I had met a good friend of mine in 8th grade. His name was Ray, and he was into video games, comics, and movies. He, too, was a fan of retro video games, but in parentheses, and modern ones, comma, but don't ask me as to why he likes them. You know, the author seems not retro video game-ist, which is a term I'm gonna coin right now. Way to go, you bigot. And had a working Super Nintendo. Okay, so just say he has a working Super Nintendo, and let's not dissect his gaming preferences, you asshole. About a few months back, Ray and I finished our college semester, and 1 second, you met Ray in the 8th grade, so in the last paragraph, we were in the 8th grade, and now we're in college. And you expect me to believe that you somehow made it from 8th grade to college? I don't believe you. I'm starting to think this entire story might not be real. Anywho, though, we wanted to celebrate our fake college semester being over. Woo! We both attended a community college. That's very impressive. Thank you for putting it in the story. And we were both majoring in difficult subjects. They were so difficult. Let me tell you something. I can't tell you what they were, but they were hard, trust me. So it's only natural, what with our difficult subjects, that we have a little fun after such an arduous 3 months. Arduous, that doesn't sound like a creepypasta word. Long, difficult, those are simple words. Those go in a creepypasta. Save that for an essay that you would write at community college. I inquired that we go over to his house and play a few classic games. Author back on his bullshit. So we did, and I couldn't wait to get my hands on A Link to the Past. The only problem was that Ray didn't have it. That modern game-loving bastard, he would do something like this. Regardless, we still played the shit out of all the classics. Super Mario World, Mortal Kombat, and in parentheses, despite not having the blood we've come to know and love. Author's really into blood, nothing wrong here, everyone move along. Donkey Kong's Country 1, 2, and 3, Killer Instinct, Super Castlevania 4, Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. Why isn't Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy 6 or Earthbound on this list, you son of a bitch? And all those 16-bit gems. I'm assuming those 3 games were 16-bit gems. But the urge to play ALTTP was still burning within me, burning so much that I couldn't spell every word out. I had to abbreviate it. I'm burning up inside. The next morning, I suggested we go to our local comic book shop and we purchase a copy of it. He eagerly agreed. He's a follower, that Ray. I'm not much into comics, but let me tell you. Oh, the author's gonna tell me something. They had a treasure trove of comics. Who would have thought the comic store sold comics, but also video games, action figures, posters, and various other paraphernalia. Paraphernalia is not a word that goes in a creepypasta. There's too many syllables in that word. Do you have a thesaurus? Anyways, I saw that they had an enormous library of SNES games, and in parentheses, along with Genesis, Atari 2600, and Nintendo 64 games, and for sure, ALTTP was among them. I scanned the shelves slowly with my index finger, and then, voila, I found it. It was another language. Also, I pulled it off the shelf and took a look at it. There was a sticker underneath the sticker that displayed the game's title. It said, used, in all capital letters, but I couldn't read that. In all honesty, though, I hate purchasing used products. Hold on a second. You pride yourself on how much you love retro video games. Typically, video games that are not in print anymore. But you cannot stand to get a used video game. You, as a person, logically make no sense whatsoever. I hate you so much right now. I can't words. Damn it. But anyways, stickers. I hate purchasing used products, especially something as cherished as this. Why, a copy of A Link to the Past, physical, without box, or with box, I don't even care. That could run you like, what, $50? It's precious, god damn it. Anyways, I tried to find another copy that didn't have these dirty, filthy stickers on them that didn't say anything at all. But to my chagrin is not a creepypasta. Stop using the thesaurus. So, I settled for the used copy. I wasn't going to let something as petulant? What creepypasta uses the word petulant? Who are you? Anyways, as a game being used get in the way of me having hours of fun. But I will let emulation get in the way of hours of fun, because that's where I draw the line. Stickers, though, those are okay. We both got to Ray's house, and I popped it into the SNES cartridge slot, as opposed to hitting the SNES in the side with the cartridge and wondering why it didn't go. Before we began playing, though, he went downstairs to go snatch us some snacks and soda. I pulled the game out of the slot and examined the game's cartridge. It looked normal enough, no signs of damage, and it was in fairly good condition. That is, except for these motherfucking stickers. I mean, when I turned it around, the text on the back of the cartridge informing the player as to how to clean the cartridge and how to properly use it in case they were stupid was written backwards. Cliche. You can't get more cliche than backwards text. Was there a pentagram on the back of the game too? I bet it was spooky. But it was still legible if it was held up to a mirror. But the mirror was haunted too. Then I died. Anyways, but why would anyone do that? Why would anyone read this story is something I ask myself sometimes, mostly right now. And then I turned it around to inspect the front. There was no official seal of Nintendo on it, and that's when I thought, this might be a bootleg/pirated version of the game. The idea got me a little pissed off, since I wanted to play the original. But, I decided I was jumping to conclusions too early. After all, there's at least another half of this story left. We can jump to conclusions later. And I hadn't even played the game yet. So, Ray came back and I momentarily forgot about the backwards text and the lack of official seals. What, did you have a memory lapse? And I popped it into the console, and then I soon forgot about that as well. Who's Ray? We both sat in eager anticipation, though, since he too was a big fan of this game. Then, that familiar Nintendo Presents flashed on screen with the little rupee sound, and I grew excited. But then, my excitedness, I don't think that's a word, but my excitedness, or maybe it's a word, I don't give a shit, quickly descended into frustration as the screen suddenly displayed an array of pixels and exotic colors all over the screen. It seemed the game had glitched up in the process. I rolled my eyes and took out the cartridge. I can't believe the cartridge would pull this kind of shit. I blew on it. I just wanted to tell everyone about that, hoping that would get rid of the cause of the glitching. Because that's science. If you blow into a cartridge, that fixes the glitching. It's in the science books. I popped the cartridge back in and turned it on once again. Stop saying again. The Nintendo Presents logo appeared, only this time the rupee sound clip had a lower pitch. Oh, snap. Everyone get out your cliches of creepypasta special note cards that I'm pretending you all have, because we just got lower pitched. I arched my eyebrow. I don't know if Ray noticed it. Noticed what? The game, or how you arched your eyebrow? But I assumed he didn't, since he didn't say anything, and Ray always says stuff when I arch my eyebrow. Then, The primitive three-dimensional triangles that would form the Triforce behind the logo began rotating their way towards the middle of the screen, except the little tune that played when they did was playing backwards, distorted, and glitchy. That's 3 cliches in one. Congrats, author. I turned to Ray and said, "What the hell's going on?" He just shrugged and said, "Maybe the game's a little old." Fuck you, Ray. You're not helping at all. This game is haunted with ghosts. You think it's old? Get out of my house. Or your house. I live here now. I figured, though, that he was probably right. After all, it was a used cartridge. There were stickers on the box. I remember it. When the Triforce had formed, the sword came down and made the sheathing sound, except the heroic fanfare did not play. Instead, there was no music at all. No music, that's another cliche. Write it down. Interestingly, underneath the title, where it's supposed to say A Link to the Past, there was nothing but a mess of glitched pixels. That actually was not interesting at all. Thank you for wasting my time. Now, this was getting weird. I pressed start and everything was smooth on the file creation screen. I wrote down my name, whatever it is, and I started the game. But still, there was no music to be heard. The familiar darkness and bird's eye view of the room came on, showing Link asleep in his bed and his uncle sitting at the table doing who knows what. Then, some text appeared on screen, like the original, but it wasn't the text I remember. It said, "Help me, ... Please help me, ... Don't let this happen to me, ... Then the text disappeared. Now, I already knew something was wrong when that happened. Zelda's message was not supposed to say that. Sure, it had been a long time since I had played the game, but I don't remember her ever saying that, especially with those dots. Now, I was certain this was a hack or a bootleg or something. I couldn't decide when I was writing the story. Just pick one of those and go with it. Ray said, "What the hell? She's never said that." Ray really adding a lot to this conversation. Thanks, Ray. Couldn't have done it without you. I agreed, though, and made my suggestion of it being a hack/bootleg. He said, "That sucks." Why am I friends with you? Why are you friends with him? I'm starting to think Ray sucks. I figured that even if it wasn't the original, it still might be kind of cool. You were pissed about it a couple of paragraphs ago. Make up your mind, please, for the love of God. Anyways, he agreed, so we let it go on. But of course Ray would agree, wouldn't he? Around here, I was expecting the screen to brighten up, and then from my uncle. He's my uncle. He's not your uncle. Anyone else who thought he was there, he's not even Link's uncle. He's my uncle now. But my uncle to tell me to stay in bed. But no, the room remained dark, and he said, "Don't move a muscle. You've done enough damage already. Look at this story." Anyways, and then, while still in the dark, he marched outside with his sword and shield. The music did not start either. I could still hear the rain outside, but that's it. Then Link hopped out of bed. I moved the D-pad around. I don't know why. It only fits in that one spot on the controller. But, just for fun, I moved it around a little bit. Everything seemed functional, though. I went over to lift up the pots, but the game didn't seem to respond. I tried every button, but nothing worked. I then noticed that the treasure wasn't in the room. The one with the torch/lantern. This was very weird. I then decided I'd better leave the house. Interestingly, the last time he said this, it wasn't interesting, so he's on notice. The house never lit up. It stayed dark throughout the duration of everything. That was not interesting either. You lost me again, 2 times. I then walked outside, and there was that familiar rain and thunder. I walked outside. You said that 2 times in a row. I walked outside. There, I added a 3rd. Everything seemed normal, and I approached those guards that barricade the path when you first go exploring. I approached one of them, and all he said was, "This is a sad night." Get it? Because I'm a knight? Puns, right? And anyways. And the next line of text was Bizarre Halayan, writing that you need the Book of Medora to translate. I spoke to the other one, and he said there was nothing we could have done to prevent it, but you could have, random child. I assume I don't know. And that was all he said. I said to Ray, "Man, comma, what the hell is going on here?" "No idea," said Ray, the perplexed one. I added that part. "Pretty crappy bootleg so far. This is the second time Ray has said that this game was crappy." Ray represents someone who knows no words, while the author is just a walking dictionary. I think that's what life is trying to teach us. But I agreed, it was crappy. This was weird, and I had no idea just what the hell everyone in this game was talking about. Did someone die or something? That's what it sounds like, but that couldn't possibly be the answer. I mean, that would be expected. So I decided to go north, to fall into the hole where you obtained your sword and shield from your uncle. I went up there, and suddenly the screen became very glitchy. Oh god, this glitchy bootleg game becoming more glitchy. That's unexpected. I didn't see that coming. Trees were out of place. Alright. And some trees and water from the dark world seemed to be crossed with the light worlds and stuff. Look, I've played Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past competitively, and that was some technical terminology that probably went over most of your all heads. But, yeah, and stuff. I walked forward, comma, and suddenly, and stuff. I fell into an invisible hole. Suddenly, comma, Link fell into this path that resembled the location where you received the Master Sword from the pedestal in the Lost Woods, except the colors, more or less, made it look more like the Skull Woods in the Dark World. And for the first time, there was music. It was that eerie, little haunting tune that played in the sanctuary, the one that plays after you rescue Zelda from Hyrule Castle. I slowly turned to Ray, curious if he was getting as weirded out as I was. Indeed he was. I bet Ray is actually imaginary and not a real person. I'll put money on that. This was certainly, though, turning out to be an extraordinary bootleg, and in parentheses, if I could call it that at this point. This was an extraordinary, spooky ghost. Wore a scary white sheet, cut out eye holes. I was pretty spooked. Anyways, I pushed forward and walked up the forest path, only to see various denizens of Kakariko Village dotted on the sides of the grass. I approached one, and all she said was, "I hope you're satisfied." I'm not, as just heads up. I know you can't hear me, settler, but I don't feel very satisfied so far. I then approached another Kakariko villager. He said, "You'll get what you deserve for writing this creepypasta, young man." What the hell was going on here? It sounded as if they were all angry at me. People angry at you, the author, who's so awesome and amazing with your big words and syllables? I can't imagine that being the case. You seem so likable. But I then saw a villager who looked like a child. Alright, go on. I walked up to him, and he said, "You meanie, you'll pay for this, one way or another." Kids can be so mean, I know. Finally, comma, there was one last guy standing up on the upper right-hand corner of the screen. I approached him, and he said, "We'll be better off without you, Neglector." Are you a supervillain and that's your name? You're the Neglector? You neglected to write a good story, so kudos. Just to be sure they didn't say anything else, I went back and spoke to everyone there. No, they all uttered the same melancholy lines, another word that doesn't belong in this story. Who would do all of this crap? I bet it was Ray. It didn't make any sense, though. I moved up and the screen shifted north, because that's how these games work. And then I saw Zelda in what appeared to be a casket. Gee, I wonder if someone died. She had the same sprite as when she's laying there and getting transported by him. I've never heard that pronounced before, sorry. But suddenly, a text box appeared saying, "This is all because of you." Way to go, author. Jerk. When it disappeared, I was free to roam the area. I approached Zelda's coffin. Well, the story can go in like one of a couple of directions, and one of them is real icky. But I couldn't interact with it in any way, and that's really for the best. We avoided the worst case scenario. Moving on. So I just walked around the place thinking of what to do next. Ray then said, "Maybe you should try going back." Why didn't Ray suggest maybe we should do something else? That, of course, being a foolish question to ask myself, because Ray doesn't have a mind of his own. But, well, that seemed like the only logical thing left to do, so I decided to head back down to where I came. When all of a sudden, another text box appeared saying, "I don't think so." Who could this be? Yuryevwin said, not knowing. And Link turned around himself without me pressing anything, as if the game made him to. I tried to do it again, but the same thing occurred. Just then, the music stopped abruptly. The music started at some point? Is this story so bad that I'm forgetting what's happening in the story while reading the story? If so, good job. And suddenly, the screen began shaking, and Zelda's casket fell inside a hole that was formed from the earthquake. There was an earthquake? When it did, though, some scary music played. That's pretty scary. Doesn't everyone think so? Stickers. The same music from where you defeat Ogheim, and Ganondorf turns into a bat and flies away. Suddenly, there was a large crater there. Not knowing what to do, I jumped inside of it. Because, when I'm walking down the street and I see a large crater just kind of appear, one of my first instincts is to just hop on inside, see what's going on inside there, understand more about myself by getting to understand more about my surroundings. Next thing I knew, I was in the area with two narrow parallel walls on both sides of me that were gray-black color. That's exciting, I can see those colors. Also, there was shallow red water on the ground. Oh, red water, I bet it's blood. That was colored like that, I presume, to resemble blood. What did I just say before I read that? I walked up to the hall and came to a dead end. The only thing left was a telepathic tile. I'm sorry, did I read that wrong? A telepathic tile. Okay. That was on the wall in front of me and on the sides. There were some doors, but they were sealed shut. They were the kind you needed to open with a switch or after defeating a few enemies. Anyways, I directed my attention towards the telepathic tile. I went over and tried to communicate with it. I too try to communicate with tiles, like kitchen tiles. But it just gave me that Halayan text. Basically, it just left me there without giving me any clues as to what I should do to proceed. And then I remembered that not once had I pressed pause and checked my inventory. A rookie mistake. I did, and interestingly, third time that he said this, will it actually be interesting? I had the Book of Mudora already. I have no idea as to how I got it. Perhaps the hacker or programmer had already given it to me at the start of the game, or perhaps it's a plot device and it's bullshit and this wasn't interesting either, so never mind. Well, I did the only rational thing I thought I could do. I equipped it and translated the text. Interestingly, it gave me a choice. It asked, Do you feel guilty? Yes. No. I heard Ray read it aloud, because I couldn't read it for myself, and I turned to him. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Say no." So I did. All I heard was the sound signifying that I had done something incorrect. Damn it, Ray, you've doomed us all. This creepypasta is going to go on forever now. So, I pulled out the book again, and it asked me the same thing. This time I answered yes, and all of a sudden, those two doors on the side opened. And then, dozens upon dozens of soldiers poured into the room. They all approached Link and began attacking him repeatedly. It didn't take long for him to die, since he only had 3 hearts. Then, Link spun around and he collapsed onto the floor, as he usually does when he dies. I feel like this was a setup by the author, or Ray, to get Link killed. I'm onto your plan. Instead of giving me a choice if I wanted to continue, the game suddenly took me to what appeared to be the Dark World's version of Death Mountain. I walked forward, and all of a sudden I saw an unfamiliar character sprite. If anything, it looked like the hackers modified Ganon's sprite to appear red and gave him a few extra features, like devil horns. He was also holding that trident spear, except it was shaded black. Do not tell me you turned Ganon into the devil. Literally devil. Don't follow this paragraph up by implying that. Please. Next paragraph. It looks like he was made to resemble Satan. Damn it! So I approached Satan-like sprite Ganon, and he spoke to me when I got close enough. He said, "Your punishment is long overdue." Do you like my Halloween costume? What do you think? Suddenly, he began spinning his lance around, and I couldn't move. Just then, a laser beam shot out from the lance. Satan, known far and wide for his ability to fire laser beams. Pay attention. That was mode 7. Anyways, but yeah, I got shot with a laser beam. Don't ask how. Satan, you know. Killing Link instantly. Instead of the screen turning black and Link just lying there, the entire screen turned red. And Link's sprite suddenly turned completely black. And that was it. The game just froze there. Nothing moved or anything like that. Nothing interesting happened or anything like that. I pressed every button, but nothing happened. You can say nothing happened as much as you want, but that doesn't mean that something happened. I turned to Ray, though. I needed moral support, so I turned to my good buddy, Ray, and we just shrugged. I took the game out of the SNES, not even gonna restart it and try it again. Just, this was a one-off situation. It'll probably never happen again. Stickers. And just looked at it one last time. And that was when I noticed that the game had no circuit board inside. I'm pretty sure the game wouldn't run if it didn't have a circuit board on the inside of it. But how is that even possible? Author asked, as if he didn't plan this from the start. I called Ray over to examine this. In parentheses, he's always been much more savvy about old game hardware and into disassembling stuff like old gaming consoles, television, radios, etc. I need a second opinion as to whether or not this thing has a circuit board. Ray, get over here! But I knew right away something wasn't right. I popped the game back into the console to see if it would work again. You should have done that before. But this time, all it gave me was that glitchy screen like last time. I tried again and again, but it all went in vain. The next morning, Ray disassembled the cartridge and discovered there was indeed no circuit board inside the cartridge. It was just a shell, a spooky shell, a ghost in the shell, some might say. He then reassembled it, and we tried again and again, but to no avail. The game had never given us what it originally did that first night. That first passionate night, I'll never forget it, what the game gave us. It was syphilis. But how it functioned that night, we'll never know. And I think it functioned on pure imagination. But not a creative imagination, like a boring one. But that was The Legend of Zelda bootlegs / hacked, because we couldn't decide, although it might also be pirated, and actually you could lay a white sheet over the game and cut out eye holes and just write Ghost on the sheet, and I would also accept that as a possible identity for this story or game or whatever. Whatever is my ultimate takeaway. I learned something today. I learned using big words will not make your story better. No matter how big the words, no matter how many syllables you find, that doesn't help at all. And it's with that in mind that I say we cut our losses right here, because I have an end slate to record. So I'll see you next time. Or wait, yeah, I'll see you next time on Bullshit Creepypasta Story Time. I'm all screwed up in the head because of this now. Thanks, Story. Welcome one and all back to End Slate, the segment where it isn't a, well, actually it is a segment, but it's mostly that part after the video ends where the video keeps on going. You thought it was over, but it's not. Yeah, 2 videos this month. That's a step up from the 1 video the last month or the month before that. I'm trying to gear up for the fall because I got plans, which I plan on detailing for patrons sometime in September. But I got plans for September and October, November, and kind of December. I'm still working on December. Anyways, hey, I hope you enjoyed the new Bullshit Creepypasta Storytime. So if you did and you want to like the video or share it or subscribe or click on that stupid bell or do any of the things that people usually ask other people to do when you watch their video on YouTube, that's greatly appreciated. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. No obligations. Still, hope you enjoyed the video. This was only estimated to be about 20 minutes, so when it went over 20 minutes, I'm starting to think I'm jinxing myself going into stories, going, oh, this will be like... Welcome back to Bullshit Creepypasta Storytime. Now I know that already things are pretty scary. It hasn't been months since I posted a video. And I know, and also I'm sick. That's not really scary though, that's kind of to be expected. It's, you know, past the middle of October. It's sick season. They won't give me a flu shot till I'm healthy. Them's the rules. But anyways, despite being sick, Halloween must go on. And so, today, on Spooktacular Bullshit Creepypasta Storytime, I have a tale that one couldn't possibly not be afraid of, with an estimated length of long. Damn it. It's Pokemon Strangled Red. There are tons of stories out there about hacked Pokemon games. Man, you hit the nail on the head when you said that. That is completely true. Someone had to say it. But some of them are really quite neat, and then you immediately lose me. Whereas in the second sentence, and I've lost hope. So thank you very much. But yeah, some of them are really neat. Such as the one about a version where you get a ghost as a starter. I can't recall the name of that to put in this story, but I think it was a thing. I'm pretty sure. Some are ridiculous, though. Silly stories about individuals dying after playing a game, or the game talking to them. Which I don't recall the ones where the game, where the game cartridge starts speaking to the author. But if I did read one of those, man, those are the best. Love those stories. God, though, don't these writers know less is more when it comes to these stories, ? Ah, well, I digress from the point I haven't made yet. I grew interested in these hacked games, of course you would, that are apparently in any thrift store, on eBay, or handed out by homeless people to random passerby. Also, I don't remember that from a story. But you know, this is your story. This is your part of the canon. We're just gonna go with this. I didn't have the pleasure of meeting these creepy people. I didn't have the pleasure of being just creeped out by people I don't know. A shame, really. I merely found this particular cartridge in a trash bin when the garbage truck backed into my neighbor's dumpster. Wait a minute, what about the thrift store? You mentioned a thrift store. Also, why are you paying attention to your neighbor's garbage when it's, you know, presumably going to garbage land? Which is where garbage goes when the garbage man takes it. But I noticed the game. And asked the trash man if I could take it. Because he's the Lord of Trash and he calls the shots. And he didn't seem to mind. It was thrown away after all. And he governs over trash, so, you know, that's how things work here. I, of course, checked with. I made a boo-boo, unlike the author. My neighbor to confirm if they actually didn't want it. That they threw it away for fun. Though they seem perplexed, as if they'd never seen it in their life. Also, this is completely unrealistic, because as we all know, if for some reason you find a game in your neighbor's trash that they're throwing out, and it's not, like, overly dirty or something, you take that shit, and you walk away. That's the nature of people. That's how things are done. The story's unrealistic. Their son made a grab for it. A little boy who saw the Charizard on the cover, crying out, "Pokemon, I want mommy." Those two things don't go together. But his mother told him no, seeing as how I found it, and as we all know, your possessions can easily be taken away from you if someone else looks at them. You forfeit ownership. But he didn't even have a Game Boy anyway, so I kind of feel okay stealing from him. He just liked Pokemon. Too bad I'm taking his stuff. Thinking nothing more, I simply went home, looking at the cartridge's sticker on the way. Just a plain old red version, the sticker torn slightly across Charizard's neck, but that was expected with such an old game. As with most old games, the neck part of the sticker will get ripped, because that's the tradition of video games. It's kind of weird for the ones that don't have any neck on them and they have to improvise, but what are you going to do? But I had blue version as a kid. Fun fact. So I was a bit eager to see the, albeit minimal, differences red version had. I was rather disappointed by what I saw when the title screen showed up. Pokemon Strangled Red version. Well, damn it, it was a hack. Hacks were neat and all, but they had zero monetary value. You got that for free, I'd like to point out. So, there you go. The originals, quite valuable by now. No, they're not. Maybe boxed, but no. Also, you found that in the garbage. I feel that's worth noting. And I wanted to play red anyways, not this crap. I'm above this crap. Oh well, it was free, might as well try it. You know, walking in front of cars is free too, but it's generally not recommended, so you don't have to go through with this. But alas, there were more words. The name was odd, however. Strangled Red? That made no sense. And this already made a lot of sense, so for it to go off the rails now is simply ridiculous. Not even in a morbid description of someone being asphyxiated as people turn blue when choking, not red. Colors, so I have this figured out. Who knows, maybe there was a pair of these hacks that I just got the red one. I have a weird optimism towards stupid parallel scenarios. But the more I thought about this, though, the more interested I became. My initial disappointment turned into curiosity. All of you are so curious with these video games. Go watch Kamen Rider. I'm curious about that, and there are no ghosts except for that one season, and nobody liked it. But I wanted to know what the creator had made, and I was going to know everything I saw. The first oddity I noticed, the start screen had a Charizard next to the trainer instead of a Charmander. Also, the Pokemon never cycled through like the original versions did. It just stayed Charizard. Always stayed Charizard. Even after 5 minutes of waiting. I just hung out for 5 minutes. I didn't have anything better to do, but I included that in the story. Shrugging, I hit start, noticing there was no Charizard cry as I did. This is bizarre and out of the ordinary. Like there was supposed to be. The Charizard wasn't supposed to be there, so you expect the cry to be there? Inconsistency, no. I saw there was a continue option, so I figured I'd do what everyone did with used games and see what the previous owner had done. Now the spooky ghosts can escape. Let's see. No. I blinked in surprise. That was 6 dots. No. What do you mean, no? Video game. The game wouldn't let me continue no matter what. Though on the 4th attempt, I heard the Charizard cry. For some reason, I don't know. Quiet and barely audible, but just audible for me to include it in the story. Will it lead to something? Probably not. But there, shrugging it off, I decided to just hit new game. Like I would have done after checking the old file anyways, thus rendering this entire paragraph completely pointless. The screen cut to black for a while. No Prof Oak, no starting theme, just nothing at all. Eventually, the screen came back, showing a bedroom, 2 beds, 2 TVs, and a computer in the corner. My trainer sprite was the usual one, you know, red. Consistent with the original red version of red, the color red. I was curious as to why it didn't ask my name, though. Why wouldn't it want to know more about me? This is the weirdest thing to happen so far. That was answered as I opened the pause menu, though, noticing my trainer was named Steven. No, this isn't my real name. I'm tempted to call you Steven, though, so we'll see how long that lasts. If you give me your real name, I'll use that instead, but if you don't, I might slip a Steven in there. Or some stupid crap like that. Steven's an okay name, calm down. But this game isn't self-aware or haunted, at least not that I know of, Steven. It just had a name chosen already. It was, this copy of Pokemon is independent, and that's okay. It's not the 90s anymore. Curious, though. I saw he had the starter amount of money, no badges. He didn't look like Red, though, even though I said it was the standard trainer, but, it wasn't Red. His hair was longer, almost reaching halfway down his back. The monstrosity. Red's usual smile replaced with a confident smirk. That's not really that different, but alright. Honestly, I found this sprite much cooler than Red, which means it was probably really lame. Next, I checked out his Pokemon. A single Charmander, level 5, named Mickey. Nothing was odd about it, ... or should I say, her. With the name and all, giant revelation. Let's continue. She had beginning Charmander stats, those famous beginning Charmander stats that I'm sure everyone is well aware of. Only knew Scratch and Tail Whip, basic stuff that a level 5 Charmander would know. The game seemed relatively normal, except for the fact that it was hacked. Returning to the game, I walked about the room, noticing Steven's long hair was present on the back of my trainer's sprite when my back was turned to the camera. I didn't recognize the house, but I descended the stairs to see more. Downstairs was another trainer who spoke to me the instant I came down. Mike said, "Ready yet?" Steven said, Yeah, I assume this quote-unquote Mike, as we're going to call him, was my rival, comma, pre-decided for me. A replacement of Blue, most likely. Though, I thought back to the bedroom having 2 beds, realizing they weren't just rivals, they were brothers. Brotherly rivals. They talked back and forth, basic Pokemon dialogue, like how this is Gen 1 and I'm gonna use rap and it's gonna be really, really annoying. Become a Pokemaster, you know, talk about shorts, all that good shit. Catch 'em all, stuff like that, before having a little argument over which is better, Charmander or Squirtle. Charmander. Easy answer. Which, of course, led to the introduction of battle, like most things. And like the one versus Blue in the lab, oh, how similar. Simple enough, scratch, tackle, till I won purely for having the first turn. So you didn't get the potion from the PC. Amateur mistake. I took note of how much better Steven's sprite looked in combat than Red's. A different pose, his hair looking like it was blowing in the wind. A brief minor upgrade, but still much nicer. Red, you look like crap. I left the house after some more banter with my quote-unquote brother. That's what we're going to refer to him as. Stepping out of the Pallet Town theme, which is where my house was. And the theme song, that's where I live. Going to the east, that's not true. You go north from Pallet Town. If you go east, well, if you go north and then east, then you're going to the fucking Pokemon League. So look, you're not supposed to go there yet. Just go north, and then go north, and then go through Viridian Forest. Anyways, going to the east. Shit, yeah. I found this was indeed Pallet Town. The house was simply on the outskirts to the west, which was mere footsteps away. I noted there was no mysterious grassy field like in normal Pallet Town. You never noted that, which means you just noted it right now. Wandering about, I decided to check in on Red's home. Someone should mind their own beeswax. His mother was inside. I knew her well. When I talked to her, she commented on how handsome Steven looked. Security! Hoping her son would look up to him as a role model for when he became a trainer himself next year, which of course led me to realize this game took place a year before the original Pokemon. Red was even upstairs playing the SNES in his room, commenting, "I'm gonna be the best too when it's my turn." I was starting to like this hack. It was interesting. That can't be true. But a completely new adventure, a different character? Hell, Steven even seemed to have a history with people in his town. And who wouldn't want history with people like these? A reputation, a personality beyond a silent protagonist, who's no longer silent because he's up in his room playing Super Nintendo. The people in town talk to him as a person. No one talked to Red as a person. Everyone just said ... at him. Making conversation, not just spouting tutorial crap. Not everyone spouted tutorial crap. Just most everyone in the game spouted tutorial crap. Get your shit together. Even Blue's sister had new dialogue. They seem to be in a relationship too. Okay, we're starting to project a little bit, and I think we should stop before this goes off the rails. As the dialogue ended with a kiss and a heart over her head. Oh, you're ruining things. But Prof. Oak simply wished me well, giving me a Pokedex to aid my adventure / finish his job. He wasn't giving it to me to be the reason behind the adventure like other Pokemon game out there. You know the one. That one game. He gave it to me out of kindness. And because now your mother is single, so you won't be home, so, and your father's not around, but something to help me on my way. A gift. I was liking this more and more. I like gifts. Remember when I stole this gift earlier? That was great. And more and more with each second. The games seem to have an actual story now, as opposed to the one before it that didn't have any story elements at all. I was somebody, unlike in real life, where I'm nobody. Not just a cookie-cutter protagonist anyone could be. I'm better than anyone now. Not some blank sheet that could be replaced without notice. I'm better than sheets. The story was different, though. The actual gameplay remained unchanged. I went north like I was supposed to, went from town to town. This is when we just gave up on directions, apparently. Just like, I went north, then I went into Viridian Forest, then I got lost for a while. Anyways, collected badges, received the praise of the leaders, which is what I was really in for it for, praise. Steven's fame even seemed to spread, as some NPCs would talk like they knew him. Everyone talks like they know you when they're giving you a tutorial. I used Miki for every battle, and she was growing surprisingly fast. She handled Brock with ease, even though a fire type against a rock type, ground type... No, that doesn't work, but whatever, pretend time. She handled Brock with ease. And Steel hadn't even been... You suck. Even Pounded Misty... Oh, fuck you. Are you using a Game Shark with this too? But yeah, Pounded Misty... Trademark. With no trouble at all. She wasn't as adversely affected by super effective attacks as others. Did more damage than a regular Charmander. She was a veritable powerhouse. She even became a Charizard at the mere level of 25. Not bad at all, I must say. Also not possible, I must say. Things started to get weird, though. Up until now, everything was pretty normal. I mean, it was completely different, but now, they're getting a little funny, I will admit. Though, as soon as I reached Lavender Town, alright. So we're here. We're this part of the story, Lavender Town. You couldn't resist, could you? You had to go to Lavender Town. I know, I know. Lavender Town is the focus behind every creepy story. Remember Ben Drowned and its focus on Lavender Town and the like. But it was the only place that was noticeably different, so we had... shut up. There was no Team Rocket Invasion, which I found odd. Was there a Team Rocket Invasion? I just remember Gary being there and having to get a Silph Scope from somewhere else. But I don't think that was in Lavender Town. They hacked the crap out of this game. Anyways, author found this odd. Though I did remember this was a year in the past. So the invasion wouldn't occur until Red's time. I tried to enter the Pokemon Tower, aiming to get a Ghastly, which you wouldn't be able to do because you don't have a Silph Scope, and I haven't seen you get a Pokédoll either, so there's no use in that trick. But that's when it go odd. The author gave up. Steven said, I have no reason to be here, ... Steven wouldn't go into Pokemon Tower no matter what I did. This was weird. I mean, hell, there are a million places in Kanto you really have no need to be, little random houses with nothing but children NPCs, for example. What? I'm not sure what point you were trying to make there, author, but why was it here that Steven wouldn't enter? With a shrug, I figured I wouldn't need a Ghastly, seeing as Miki could handle anything. Miki's going to die horribly. Call it a hunch. I don't know. Or kill the author. I'm hoping for the second one. So I simply went on my way. Lavender Town serving no purpose other than a passageway for the Poké Center. The story's gonna end in Lavender Town and everyone's gonna be dead. The game progressed normally from there. The remaining gyms fell. I destroyed them after I got my badge. And eventually I made my way to the Elite Four and defeated them. They sucked. As with Blue, my brother Mike was there before me, initiating the championship battle, which Miki swept with ease. You're cheating, and I don't appreciate it, okay? The aftermath of the battle was quite pleasant. None of the tension that was present between Red and Blue at the end of their match. There was no tension there. Blue lost, and then you laughed. It was a great moment, honestly. And then you got to keep doing it over and over again to grind experience. Best time of my life. The brothers congratulated each other, though, on their progress and shook hands before the screen went white. No Hall of Fame, nor any credits. When the screen came back, it was at their house again. The two brothers sitting at the computer. What were they doing at the computer? We're not that far in technology, right? But this is because this is a year before Pokemon came out. But conversing with each other, Steven said, I don't want to, ... Mike said, come on, I just gotta borrow her for a second to finish the Pokedex. The entry won't register unless she recognizes me as master for a second. Steven said, but she's my Miki, ... Mike said, I promise I'll give her back, comma. Come on, comma, please. Yes, no. I was a bit perplexed, comma, so I hit no to be cautious. Mike, come on, please. No, in all caps. Mike, come on, please. I realized this would simply continue to loop until I hit yes. When in doubt, just say yes, apparently. That's a really, really bad message to send, author. So I did, just to see what would happen. You're a part of the problem, by the way. Mike, alright, this will just take a sec. Then we'll both be Pokemasters. Steven, ... Sometimes I have people yell at me for saying the dots. That was not an ellipses by any means. That was a couple. The screen changed to the animation shown when two people trade Pokemon, which I found a bit weird, seeing as I was solo. But well, you can trade with NPCs, and I'm pretty sure they still show the animation, don't they? But whatever. This was what was apparently supposed to happen. Miki went first. I watched lazily as she began to travel down the trading tube. Snap! I love that game. But that made me jump. The sudden noise resonating in my silent bedroom. Loud due to the volume being way up. The volume of a Game Boy is not that great. But looked at the screen, I noticed the game had seemed to freeze. Miki still in mid-trade, but the game wasn't doing anything. With a sigh, I had turned off the game, wondering when my last save was. When the game turned back on, I stared for a moment at the start screen. There was no Charizard next to the trainer. Upon pressing start, I saw the new game option was absent, leaving only continue. This was ... strange to say the least, so I selected it. The game starting without even showing my stats as usual, which I don't actually think you've continued yet while playing this, so you wouldn't know, would you? But my jaw dropped at what I was greeted with. 1 year later. Oh god, not a time skip. The Lavender Town theme came first. See? Did I predict this? Lavender Town. You're a bastard. But the Lavender Town theme came first. Playing its normal way. You know the one. The screen slowly fading in from blackness. Steven was in the Pokemon Tower, which made the music even stranger, seeing as the tower had its own theme. He was standing in front of a tombstone, not doing anything. Wondering what was going on, I pressed A. Steven, ... Confused, I tried walking, realizing I was indeed in control at the moment. I brought up the pause menu and checked my party. Miki was gone. Not just Miki, all Pokemon that I hadn't mentioned at all, so we don't know who they are. He had nothing. The Pokedex was absent from the menu. His bag was empty. Honestly, concerned now. Now I'm worried. But I checked his trainer card. He had no money. He had no badges. His playtime was 8,795 hours, an oddly specific number, which was impossible as I had only 30 logged in before. But that wasn't the strangest part. They're not really strange. But his picture and the picture of the handsome, confident young trainer was ... different. D words. His eyes were blank. His face turned slightly down. That smirk, I loved that smirk of his. It was gone, replaced by a lack of any expression at all. That long hair of his, before in a perfect perm, what? That sounds awful, but was now messy and unkept, like Eerie of Wind's hair. I couldn't look at him anymore. Closing the menu, I went to move out of the tower, but with every step I took away from the tombstone, the screen flickered, like it did when a Pokemon was poisoned. Gulping, I brought up the trainer card again. His picture was getting worse. Every step I took, he hung his head more and more. His shoulders slumped. He bent over. By the time I had exited the tower, he was on his knees, hands on his face, hair draped across him. I had guessed already what was going on. This is hacks? This is hacked. I'm going with this is hacked. But this cinched it. I began to put some things together in my mind. Oh god, here we go. I had always wondered why there was no champion in the original games besides your rival. Why is it you, the protagonist, had to beat your rival when he just waltzed in, no previous champion to challenge? I thought Lance was, or I thought it was made up of champion. Who are you to judge, author, is a better question, I think. Then it struck me. The answer was right here. The previous champion gave up. Damn it. His precious Miki was apparently dead, and with her, so died part of him. That's not how that works. His Pokedex, the other Pokemon, his badges, his fame, all of it, he threw it away in that year, the year that I missed. You didn't miss it so much as we did a time skip. You couldn't have missed it. It doesn't exist. We're using it to advance the plot. That's all. The year where all those hours came from. I'm not going to fact check if that's how many hours there are in a year. But I even did the math. Oh good, the author did the math. Great. I don't have to do shit. There is 8,765 hours in a year. Add that to my 30 from before, and it matched up. Woohoo. Even so, the game kept going. This should have been an ending, I thought. Not a good one, but still. I mean, what else was there to do? I had no Pokedex, no Pokemon, not anything. What was I supposed to be doing? I talked to everyone in the town, but they all said similar things. Are you okay? Still mourning, I see, ... Everything will be alright, ... Please, ... Is there anything we can do? Money. I'll buy a new one. Steven never replied to them, and they all simply said the same things over and over. I couldn't put the game down now. Now it was suddenly really interesting when no one was engaging me with original conversation. I like this pre-made shit. This was also strange though, curious. I headed off into the tall grass and eventually got into a battle with a Rattata. No Pokemon was sent out, just Steven's sprite. I was wondering how I'd battle. Wild Rattata, lefty be. If only that happened in real life. The battle ended without anything happening. This was certainly interesting, and it happened with every Pokemon I encountered. Wild Pidgey ignored you. Wild Ponyta wandered off. Maybe they just don't like you, like as a person, and they're just like, fuck it, and they leave. But the music never changed either, no matter where I went. Lavender Town, again, playing a key role in the story, because you couldn't help yourself. But Lavender Town came from the speakers following me. Sometimes slowed down slightly, sometimes not, can't decide, we're not sure. I searched everywhere, every town, talked to everybody, wondering just what the hell I needed to do. My frustration was mixing with the depressing atmosphere of all this, making the experience altogether unnerving and uncomfortable somehow. But I couldn't tear myself away. I hope the batteries die at some point, because you've been playing this for 30 hours apparently. They gotta be going out soon. I was starting to get a bit angry though. First I was depressed, now I'm angry. We have problems here, clearly. But nobody telling me anything besides giving me their condolences and being all nice and stuff and trying to give me items like lemonade or coffee. How dare they? That sounds so pleasant. Each met with Steven said ... no ... I slapped myself for idiocy. Well, I'm glad someone did. Suddenly realizing how the likely answer was right in front of author, a PhD of Pokemon. Pallet Town, of course. That's a thought, right? So when I went there though, which took a long time, having to walk, no Pokemon to fly with, no bicycle to ride, and Steven, wait, but you can't get back that way because you're blocked off by Mount Moon, so there is no way back to Pallet Town, you're fucked! But I'll suspend my disbelief for the time being. And Steven only seemed to move half the regular movement speed. It wasn't much different. I first tried talking to Prof. Oak. These things happen, ... You were just unlucky. Next, I tried Blue's sister. Please, ... Don't leave home again, ... Red's mom wouldn't even talk to me at all. She was having none of this. With nowhere else in mind to go, I walked to the west. Are we walking into a wall, or are we going to the Pokemon League again? Finding the house from the beginning, which I had never entered since leaving Pallet Town. Did he mention a house from the beginning? This is all a blur to me. But inside was Mike, but talking to him was just useless. As per usual. Mike said, I'm so sorry, ... I pondered for a moment if this really was the ending. Steven doomed to do nothing but roam Kanto in misery, haunted by the memories, forced to listen to everyone's concerns about him. As a last-ditch effort to do anything, I went to the bedroom and walked over to the bed, because that's where all the exciting stuff happens. Steven said, I'm going to sleep, ... The screen faded to black for a moment, but then slowly faded back in, the world having a black tint to it, the Mike sprite laying in the other bed. I assumed this meant it was night. Steven said, I'm going to do it. Do what? Again, I had no idea. Tried expecting everything in the room. Nothing happened. As soon as I left the house, another dialogue. Steven said, it can bring her back, ... No, 4 dots now. Now we're not even ellipses, you crazy bastard. It can do anything, ... Back to ellipses. What in the hell was it? It was that movie with the clown. I didn't like it. I don't like clowns. But something that could do anything? Oh, I couldn't for the life of me figure it out. Wandering about, I tried to leave Pallet Town the usual way. Steven said, not that way. He wouldn't go any further. I tried the homes. Steven said, screw them. This hack would never make it past Nintendo's certification process in the 90s. But I quirked my eyebrow at that, forgetting for a moment this was not a real Pokemon game. The vulgarity. He said screw. Calm down. Prude. Just took me off guard. I mean, he said screw. That's serious. I continued to look around though, but there was nowhere I could go. Until I accidentally stepped on the ocean and Steven walked right in. Only the upper half of his sprite visible, like the swimmers you encounter in the Cerulean Gym. I didn't know he could swim. I don't know why I think that's funny, but alright. Steven said, the missing one, ... Missing one? I paused for a moment. No, he couldn't possibly mean ... That, comma, I hadn't tried the missing no trick on this hack yet, but it just fit too well. Made too much sense. That had to be what he meant. I quote unquote surfed, and by surfed I mean walked halfway underwater-ish, all the way towards Cinnabar. I began to feel something was off. I was wet. Also, more so than this already was, silence. The Lavender Town theme had stopped. Thank God, frankly. There was no noise at all, nor were there any Pokemon. I just kept going, finding Cinnabar and surfing up and down. You're not surfing, you're walking up and down the coast. And lo and behold, Wild Missing No appeared. Steven, mine, ... Steven, that's not how we use our words. Wild Missing No was caught, apparently just by saying mine. That's how you get Pokemon now. They made Let's Go really easy, huh? But what the hell? Steven didn't do anything. He just commanded that atrocity of broken data, as if you're any better, to join him. No, became his possession. And it did. I saw it, and then I pointed it out. I was getting more and more disturbed by this all. Checking the start menu, I saw Missing No was not in my party, but instead an item, making things even stranger. I checked the trainer's card as well. Steven has his back to me. I doubt he's the only person. His long hair draped behind him. His hands in his pockets. Nothing else. That's a great descriptor. Nothing else. I don't know. Maybe he was wearing pants. Nothing else. Remembering what he said at the start of this night, I realized what I had to do. ... I surfed to land. You didn't surf. You walked. You waddled. And made my way northeast to, where else, Lavender Town. What did I fucking say? This whole story, it's gonna end in Lavender Town. I knew it. You're cliche. I didn't even read this beforehand. I stopped doing that a while ago. Along the way, though, I noticed all the trainers. They were waiting for this one. Oddly, still at this hour, wouldn't look at Steven. Go to hell, Steven, everyone thought. All of them turning when he passed. Even those that were normally static. They especially hated Steven. I tried talking to one of the officers in the guardhouse type buildings, as they're called technically. Just go, ... They all said the same thing, though one sent chills down my spine. Sometimes dead is best. That's a weird thing for a guardhouse type officer to say. But my hands were sweating by this point. I hope the sweat seeps into the Game Boy and it just stops everything, so this can all go away. But Steven was about to try the impossible. Something some would see as a crime against nature. Remember that one scene in Fullmetal Alchemist with, the dog? Yeah, that's right. Which many of these people shared that opinion. I steeled myself. It's just a game, a hacked game, mind you. And I was going to complete it, even if that meant going against nature itself. It took an eternity to reach Pokemon Tower, but at least it was a location you could actually reach this time around, as opposed to the walk back. But I got there eventually. Taking a deep breath and heading towards the tombstone, I remembered which one. The image of Steven standing before it was buried into my mind after all. First, I tried inspecting it. Steven said, Miki, ... Nothing happened. With a gulp, I opened the menu and selected Missing No from the bag. Then Oak said, that's right, suddenly Professor Oak is an involved part of this story here, but he said, Steven, don't use it. I'm with your mom right now, but don't use that, okay? I was reminded of when Prof. Oak would magically tell you that you couldn't use a key item somewhere, like when you're using the bicycle in a building, though the message this time was different. Even worse, Steven responded to it. You know, I respond to those a lot too, though it's generally with an audible fuck. Like, oh, fuck. What do you mean I can't ride this bike indoors? What are you, the bike police? Steven said, In a world that cheated me, comma, why should I play fair, ... Steven used, in quotations, it, and then, there's so many dots. I'm not gonna say dot for every one of them, but there's 4 lines of, I want to say at least more than 10 dots with each line, so try to imagine that atrocity. But Steven obtained M at $! Exclamation point. What in God's name did I obtain? Good question. I couldn't tell you. You're of no help. Why did you raise the question? Because the game took away my control. Oh, so it's not your fault suddenly. Without my input, Steven began to leave the tower on his own. Finally, independent man, walking single step by single step, because he couldn't do any other form of travel. The Lavender Town theme started again, because of course it would, as he left the tower and began his excruciatingly slow journey against my will. And it's not like I could turn off the Game Boy or take out the batteries. Those are stupid ideas. Every time he crossed one of the borders where the music would change, it got progressively slower, much and more disturbing. By the time he reached Cerulean City, it was a demonic rumbling. I just stared, watching him, trying to guess where he was going, but it was getting more and more obvious. He was heading to Pallet Town. I'd like to point out again, he can't, because he can't hop over that rock fence thing. You need to fly there, or like swim or something. You can't go back on foot, is what I'm saying. The music had all but stopped when he got there, playing single note by single note. I feel like we just said single by single, but okay. He went exactly where I had guessed, right to his own house, that monster inside, comma, and up the stairs. At this point, there was no music. Steven moved step by step. Stop it! That's like the 3rd time. Stop talking about steps. No more steps. Stopping at his brother's bed, turning to face him. At first, comma, I thought the game froze. No, that would be too convenient. There's still more text in the story. He didn't do anything, simply stood there, and I couldn't move him. I did, however, find out I could open the pause menu. I was terrified to look, but I couldn't stop myself. You people and your inability to stop yourself or turn things off. But I selected his trainer card. There was a low growl noise, like a distorted Pokemon cry. Steven was looking at me again, directly at the screen. He was hunched over, his bangs obscuring his face. His hair was wild and feathered out. Between his bangs, there wasn't even a face at all. Just black. 2 eyes looking straight forward. A white grin contrasting with the darkness. That wasn't all. Oh no. His name was now, finally, something scary. His name now was S! 3v3n period. No, I'm not gonna say that as what you want me to say it as. I couldn't look away though. It was so misspelled. It was nuts. My eyes glued to his, not breaking contact for some time. My vision was getting blurry. Oh, it was so misspelled. Until I couldn't see very well. Because that's what happens when your vision gets blurry. My face grew wet. Okay, well that's not necessary. I was crying though, like a baby. So it finally comes out. Now we know. The author's a baby. Kudos on using the computer. There was nothing I could do though. I've heard that before. To hold back the tears, I mean. I was with this boy from the start, 30 hours. I built him up to greatness. Sure you did. I didn't catch any other Pokemon though, I think. I mean, allegedly I might have, but really, no. But was then forced to watch his decline after a tragic accident. And now, ... he was this thing. This abomination. So he grew his hair out. Whoop-de-doo. I watched him go insane. Oh no, he's insane now. Halting my tears, wiping my eyes, I closed out of the trainer card and tried to save the game. Because I want to see if I can get the other endings for this. And wanting to just quit. I couldn't hit the off button, by the way. I had to save first. It was important that I kept all my progress. The game informed me, though, this was impossible. I dare you to try and flip the switch on the side of the Game Boy. Not gonna work. Glued it. Nothing can be saved now. The pause menu wouldn't close, no matter what I did, even when I paused it. So, with no other option, I checked the back. Nothing happened. I checked Pokemon, and there was one. A single sprite met me. It had 0 HP. Its status, DED. You're not a word. Its name, M at number $. Yeah. I selected it, and I was greeted with 4 options. Status, it's her, ... Switch, never, close, ... no, ... and strangle. My fingers shaking. I selected strangle. Why would you select strangle? Like, I don't know. Status, switch, close. This strangle option, though. That sounds like something positive. Let's go with that. And the menu closed, showing Steven in his room again. God, I can't imagine what he's doing. Horribly misspelled Steven said, goodbye, ... Snap. That's not a strangle. That's more of a snap. The game shut itself off. You could have done that, genius. I was more dumbfounded than frightened and dumb. In a bit of shock, I turned it back on, the title screen showing the manic misspelled Steven and a horribly glitched Charizard. I pressed start, then continue. All I saw was a zoomed out view of Pallet Town showing Steven's home to the west, tall grass surrounding it, those unmovable stones blocking it from the rest of the town. The image was completely static. No music, no movement, before fading to white, going back to the title screen. It was as it had been when I first popped it in. A trainer and a Charizard. I attempted to continue. ... No, ... Written by unknown. We'll assume it was Tom. I like to assume all these were written by Tom. But that was Pokemon Strangled Red, and that was hot garbage. I think I've had this story recommended to me for a while. I feel like, it's probably made its run in the creepypasta scene. I wouldn't know because I don't fucking pay attention. Yeah, this story sucks. You could have had something original going. If you wanted to do this weird prequel to Gen 1, where perhaps rap was a great move. But instead, you just rely on the same tropes. You start your story off saying, look, I know a lot of these things have tropes and are hacked and blah, 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 and then you immediately go into it. And worst of all, Lavender Town? Really? That's a crux of your story. You not only go there, the theme plays probably for at least half of your actual game time in the story. Bad author, I slap you on the wrist. This has been bullshit creepypasta story time, though. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Endslate. I hope you enjoyed the new bullshit creepypasta storytime on Pokemon Strangled Red, aka that stupid story I just read that is, we're somehow over 50 minutes again. That's 2 times in a row in a span of a week, and it's very unnatural. It shouldn't happen, but it did, and I apologize if I frightened anyone on this spookiest of spooky months. Oh god, he's consistent. Run! Anyways, I hope you enjoyed the video, though. If you did, and you want to subscribe or hit that bell or like, you can do that. Though I'm not sure if any of
I'm taking the Disney princess, Ariel, and recreating her how I think she should actually look. That means barnacles, slimy skin, scales, taking inspiration from other deep sea creatures. I'm never swimming again. I'm also going to be telling you about the original story Disney's The Little Mermaid is based on. And trust me on this one, it is way darker than Disney would have you believe. And after that, the horror continues, because I'm going to be reading a creepypasta about a mermaid. And this one does not have a happy ending. Well, I guess it depends whose side you're on, I suppose. Be sure to subscribe if you enjoy art videos like this, and let me know in the comments down below if there are any other Disney characters you'd like me to draw. Let's jump right into it. Enjoy. The Little Mermaid. The Little Mermaid is a literary fairy tale written by the Danish author Hans Christian Andersen. The story follows the journey of a young mermaid who is willing to give up her life in the sea as a mermaid to gain a human soul. The tale was first published in 1937 as part of a collection of fairy tales for children. The original story has been a subject of multiple analyses by scholars, which cover various aspects of the story, from interpreting the themes to discussing why Andersen chose to write a tragic story with a happy ending. It has been adapted to various media, including musical theatre, anime, ballet, opera, and film. There is also a statue portraying the mermaid in Copenhagen, Denmark, where the story was written and first published. Plot summary. The Little Mermaid lives in an underwater kingdom with her widowed father, the Sea King, or Mer King, and her 5 older sisters, each of whom have been born 1 year apart. When a mermaid turns 15, she is permitted to swim to the surface for the first time to catch a glimpse of the world above, and when the sisters become old enough, each of them visit the upper world one at a time every 365 days. As each returns, the Little Mermaid listens longingly to their various descriptions of the world inhabited by human beings. When the Little Mermaid's turn comes, she rises up to the surface, watches a birthday celebration being held on a ship in honor of a handsome prince, and falls in love with him from a safe distance. A violent storm hits, sinking the ship, and the Little Mermaid saves the prince from drowning. She delivers him unconscious to the shore near a temple. Here she waits until a young woman from the temple and her ladies-in-waiting find him. To her dismay, the prince never sees the Little Mermaid, or even realizes that it was she who had originally saved his life. The Little Mermaid becomes melancholic and asks her grandmother if humans can live forever. The grandmother explains that humans have a much shorter lifespan than a mermaid's 300 years, but that, when mermaids die, they turn to sea foam and cease to exist, while humans have an eternal soul that lives on in heaven. The Little Mermaid, longing for the prince and an eternal soul, visits the Sea Witch, who lives in a dangerous part of the ocean. The witch willingly helps her by selling her a potion that gives her legs in exchange for her tongue and beautiful voice, as the Little Mermaid has the most enchanting voice in the world. The witch warns the Little Mermaid that once she becomes a human, she will never be able to return to the sea. Consuming the potion will make her feel as if a sword is passing through her body, yet when she recovers, she will have 2 human legs and will be able to dance like no human has ever danced before. However, she will constantly feel as if she is walking on sharp knives, and will bleed constantly. In addition, she will obtain a soul only if she wins the love of the prince and marries him, for then a part of his soul will flow into her. Otherwise, at dawn on the first day after he marries someone else, the little mermaid will die with a broken heart and dissolve into sea foam upon the waves. After she agrees to the arrangement, the little mermaid swims up to the surface near the prince's castle and drinks the potion. The liquid felt like a sword piercing through her body, and she passed out on the steps of the prince's palace, naked. She is found by the prince, who is mesmerized by her beauty and grace, even though she is mute. Most of all, he likes to see her dance, and she dances for him despite suffering excruciating pain with every step. Soon, the little mermaid becomes the prince's favourite companion and accompanies him on many of his outings, but he does not fall in love with her. When the prince's parents encourage their son to marry the neighbouring princess in an arranged marriage, the prince tells the little mermaid he will not because he does not love the princess. He goes on to say that he can only love the young woman from the temple who he believes rescued him. It turns out that the princess from the neighbouring kingdom is the temple girl, as she was sent to the temple for her education. The prince declares his love for her, and the royal wedding is announced at once. The prince and princess celebrate their new marriage on a wedding ship, and the little mermaid's heart breaks. She thinks of all that she has sacrificed and all the pain she has endured for the prince. She despairs, thinking of the death that awaits her. But before dawn, her sisters rise out of the water and bring her a dagger that the sea witch has given them in exchange for their long, beautiful hair. If the little mermaid kills the prince and lets his blood drip on her feet, she will become a mermaid once more. All her suffering will end, and she will live out her full life in the ocean with her family. However, the little mermaid cannot bring herself to kill the sleeping prince lying with his new wife, and she throws the dagger and herself off the ship into the water just as dawn breaks. Her body dissolves into foam, but instead of ceasing to exist, she feels the warm sun and discovers that she has turned into a luminous and ethereal earthbound spirit, a daughter of the air. As the little mermaid ascends into the atmosphere, she is greeted by other daughters who tell her she has become like them because she strove with all her heart to obtain an immortal soul. Because of her selflessness, she is given the chance to earn her own soul by doing good deeds for mankind for 300 years, and will one day rise up into heaven. Mermaids are starving. I walk at dawn by the avenue in a slight zigzag. It takes me a lot of effort so the alcohol doesn't make me stumble or lose my way back home. I can hear the motor of a faraway car, the buzz of electricity cables, the gurgling of a nearby dry fountain, and a song, a soft melodious murmur. I stop to observe the old large fountain, one of so many embellishments the city doesn't care to maintain, with broken stone pieces, mould in every crack, all kinds of garbage floating in the water that was far from a clear and slippery bottom. Sitting on the edge is a petite girl, humming. I hadn't noticed her presence until now. I approached with slow steps to see her better. She looks so alone. Hair falls over her face in a tangle of dreadlocks, combed awkwardly with a shell hairpin and what looks like fish bones. Something drives me to speak to her. The alcohol in my veins, probably, because the girl doesn't have a captivating beauty. Slow, she turns her body in my direction, giving me a better glimpse to her slim body, covered only by a sleeveless dress that barely reaches to cover her chest. I run my eyes over her long, uncovered legs and bare feet. Closer, her skin is greenish and so thin. Anorexic, perhaps? Not receiving a response to my greeting, I decided to ask her if she is lost, bending down to see her face. The girl shakes her head and says nothing more, continuing to sing. It is so beautiful, I can't stop hearing it. Weird something with such beauty to come out of dry and chapped lips. I try to talk to her again. I propose companionship. We could have fun together. Yes, she may be bony and have a battered appearance, but I am not the most demanding type when it comes to pleasures of the flesh. If she'll sing for me, I'll happily have her warm my bed with her body. Without a word, the girl raises her arms and puts them around my shoulders. One of her hands tangles between my hair, giving me chills. She's so cold, but it doesn't matter. I want to kiss her mouth, her face, her body. The desire becomes so unbearable that her appearance ceases to annoy me. I am going to make her sing for me. I let myself be dragged. I can feel her bones against my chest. I raise her face and see sunken eyes accompanied by a crooked smile. She pulls, and I stumble, taking us both into the interior of the fountain. There are no more pirates in the wide sea, sailors to charm. I hit the water with a splash, waking me, eyes open, disorientated. Still under the water, the girl turns and pushes me against the bottom without giving me a chance to breathe. Murky water surrounds me. I should be able to swim to the surface. The fountain isn't that deep. So why does the surface seem so far away? I kick, stroke, but I can't get out. No one hears our broken voices, foolish men to drag to the deep. My lungs burn, my eyes sting, bony arms surround my waist, and another pair, and another one, and soon surrounded. Between blinks I can see them, faces deformed by hunger, sharp teeth, hair tangled with seaweed, dull, scaly skin with fish tails. All the hideous women have fish tails. All over the damn land they hide. We'll exit the sea and bring them to us. They disappeared when I started struggling. Air escapes me with a silent scream. One of them bit my arm, piercing skin, veins and muscle all together. That's enough so the rest can join, just like piranhas. They destroy my body with every bite. And air, I need air. My lungs fill with water. Kiss our fangs, feel the caress that tear. One of them approaches my face. I come across her sunken eyes. The fountain girl. She smiles. More twisted and deformed faces come out of the deep darkness. Hungry, keen for my flesh, my bones, my blood. I hear her sing again. Different voices join the chorus. The lyrics pierce my ears as I lose consciousness. Such beautiful voices. Fill our stomachs. We are starving. In the news today, after 8 hours of his disappearance, the clothing of another missing young man is found. The garments are bloodstained, suggesting a violent attack. The police still can find no explanation for the residue of salt water, apparently seawater, near the crime scenes, since the nearest coast is at least 15 hours away. More information as the investigation proceeds. Thank you for watching the video, and thank you to my patrons for support. I appreciate you guys, and if anyone else would like to check out my Patreon, links are down below, and I'll catch you guys in the next video. Bye.
Welcome to r/choosingbeggars, where an audience member walks up onto stage in the middle of a live performance and argues with a singer. I'm looking for a room to rent. My aunt decided to kick me out because I couldn't pay her 1 month's rent due to me wanting to see a movie instead. She's rich and I need the money more than she does anyways. However, your home must be smoke-free. No partying, no loud music, no friends over late. And my significant other should be allowed to live with me rent-free. I'll tolerate your pet so long as they're groomed, but no pit bulls. I don't want to go there with you, so don't waste your time. I'll pay $150 a month in rent and I'll split utilities. If you have a room that fits this description, please message me. Wait, a movie ticket is like what, 10 or 20 bucks or something? So she got kicked out because she couldn't afford $10 in rent? But now she thinks she's only gonna have to pay $150 rent for her and her boyfriend? Fat chance. This choosing beggar is in for a very rude awakening. I just read your Reddit post and please don't kill yourself. But if you do, could you donate me your leftover money? I'd prefer at least $50, but I'll take $45 too. I just think you should donate your money to me since you aren't gonna use it anymore. Hey, let's look on the bright side. At least this choosing beggar started the conversation by saying that OP shouldn't kill himself, so I guess there's that. Posted to answers.yahoo.com. Can you make a male babysitter pay child support? I'm a single mom going to college with my sister. We currently rent an apartment together. A couple of weeks ago I asked my neighbor, a trustworthy guy, if he could watch the kids for 2 hours while I went to class and my sister wasn't home, and he agreed. If he babysits and doesn't accept pay, can I sue him for child support because he took on a fatherly role? I'm sure I can convince a court that he accepted a fatherly role. Lady, if you're looking for a guy to pay child support, then maybe look at, oh, I don't know, the real father? On this next post, OP makes this post on a public Facebook page. My baby is sick with COVID and I need to go pick up groceries. Can anyone come by and watch her? Just be aware you aren't being paid, and sometimes the baby cries constantly or throws up, so you'll have to deal with that too. And then people in the group reply, Hun, I'm sorry, but maybe ask a relative? Posting that in a group like this won't get you much help. You need to rethink something if you're asking a bunch of people on Facebook to watch a baby with COVID and who's throwing up. I don't need to rethink anything. It's common courtesy to help someone. Alright, so obviously giving your baby away to some random person you meet on Facebook is probably a bad idea. But can we also talk about the fact that if this lady is covered in COVID-infested baby vomit, then maybe she shouldn't be walking around a grocery store? Hey girlie, Blank just freaked out about your Facebook post on Harry Potter. Would you be willing to sell me a journal and necklace for a Christmas gift for her? We're at work and she's telling us how crafty and talented you are. Oh, how sweet. I would love to do a custom order. The journal is one of a kind, so if I were to make another one, the cover would be a bit different if you're okay with that. I have several covers you could choose from. That's fine, you choose. I know nothing about Harry Potter. She's so excited about the necklace. Thanks in advance. Awesome, I'll get started on them. The necklace would be about $10 and the journal would be about $30 since they take a while to make. Is that okay? Absolutely fine. I'll pay you in cash. Buy the girl something cute. Perfect, I will. I finished the journal. Awesome, I love the blue. Glad you like it. The necklace will be done in a couple of days. I keep forgetting to tell you that everything's finished. Perfect. How would you like me to pick them up? Total price? What about one night this week Blank can drive me over and I'll just pick it up quick? The total is $40. I can probably drop them off sometime next week. I need to get groceries anyways and I love Walmart pickup. Perfect then. Just let me know the date and time. Okay, will do. It'll probably be Wednesday. Sounds good. I just showed the pictures to Blank just now, and he knows that my daughter loves Harry Potter. But he doesn't think she'll ever wear the necklace and won't write in the journal. He doesn't think it's the right gift. Sorry. Choosing beggar. These took days to make. You can't custom order something and then not pay. Oh my, I thought the set was made when she saw the pics of both of them. She sent pics to me and they were made already when I saw them as well. I confirm with you right here that it was a custom order. Really, OP? You'll be able to sell it if you already sold one set, as you say. No, I didn't sell it. I made it as a gift for my niece. The journals only sell when they're a custom order. It's one thing to say that you don't want it, and a complete other issue when you're lying about not knowing it was a custom order. I made it very clear multiple times that I was making these items specifically for you. Lying? I never mentioned custom order to you. I said I didn't want the order first, and I never did lie about the custom order. It never even came into my conversation. For you to even say that I was lying, we're done texting. Have a nice holiday with family and friends. I was specifically making these items for you. That's called a custom order. Go back and read the messages and explain to me how you didn't understand that these weren't already made. I confirmed the journal with you to make sure that you liked the cover. I went on to tell you that I was still working on the necklace. All of our correspondence supports that I didn't already have these items made. I just absolutely don't understand how that wasn't clear, which is why I used the word lying. I'm sorry if that was too harsh. OP, you don't have to apologize. She knows that she was lying. She just used that as an excuse to get out of paying you. Does anyone have a free 6 cubic foot Samsung oven that they don't need? I accidentally broke the window of ours, and I feel that it's not our fault, but Samsung isn't giving us a replacement. Spoiler alert, it is their fault. Do you take commissions? I do. My price is set at £5 per 1,000 words, up to 10,000 words, at which point it increases to £7.50 per 1,000 words. Are you interested? I am, but not at that amount. Maybe £3 per 5,000 words. I'll send my idea in an email. Wait, please tell me you're joking. What do you mean? For 5,000 words I normally charge £25. You're asking me to take £3. Yeah, it's not like it's your main job, right? I'm sorry, I'll be refusing your offer. If it was for 1,000 words, I might consider going a bit lower. So you're refusing my offer? But you posted about being poor! I might be posting about that, yeah, but I won't be lowering my charge. That would mean I have to lower it for everyone else too. It takes a lot of my time to write, proofread, check, and so forth. Have a nice day. B-word, I hope you starve to death. Okie dokie, have a nice day. My mom just died and we need to set up a funeral, so if you can, please donate since we don't have sufficient technology to set up a funeral online. It needs to be delivered for free, and in addition to the free computer or phone, please donate some money. A few thousand would be nice. Here's my PayPal address. And then someone replies, I can donate some money. I also have a phone left over from when I upgraded. Sorry, but we can't set up the funeral with a phone. I need a Dell Alienware 17-inch monitor because my father can't read small text. Thank you for the money. Down in the comments, we have this reply from Shoebox Landlord. My dad is getting surgery and the doctor is going to use a new machine to operate on him, but it needs to be powered by a PlayStation 5. So, could someone please donate a PlayStation 5 to save my dad? Also, the machine would work better if the PS5 has Assassin's Creed Valhalla on it. Oh, and send some money too. A few thousand would be nice. Selling cheap PC from 2007 or 2008. Hi, I'm interested in the cheap PC. Is this still available? Considering the specs are so outdated and aren't worth anything, would you pay me $80 cash to collect and take it away for you? I can pick it up first thing tomorrow morning. Cheers. This next post is a message received on eBay. I saw on your listing that you upgraded from an older Apple Watch. Why not, instead of selling it, give it to someone like me who wants it? Selling it is just greedy on your part. I'm happy to take it off your hands, and I'll pay a shipping fee of $7.50, which is more than reasonable. Please respond right away, as I would like the watch by New Year's Eve. Funny you should mention New Year's Eve. I think your New Year's resolution should be to get yourself a job. Our next Reddit post is from HMitch. This happened tonight at a gig that I was playing at, and it was one of the worst cases of a choosing beggar I've ever witnessed. It was so rude. It was actually just pretty hilarious. So I'm playing a free gig put on by my local council. It's an outdoor amphitheater, so everyone can just come and enjoy 2 sets of free live music. Context: this is in Western Australia, so we have no crowd restrictions. In the second set, after a few songs, the singer says that if people like the music, he has CDs. One song later, after we finish playing the tune, a woman comes up on the stage in front of the entire audience, which stops the concert and says, "Where's my free CD? I'm going now." The singer was baffled and said, "Why do you think it was free?" "Well, how much is it then?" "I usually sell them for $10. "I don't have $10 on me and I'm going now, so are you gonna give me the free CD? "I'll think about it." "You only have 10 seconds because I'm leaving." "Okay, bye." The best part is that the singer then announced on the microphone that this woman had stopped the concert because she wanted a free CD. And everyone in the audience basically laughed her out of the room. Was anyone else reminded from that one scene in RoboCop where it's like, "Give me your CD, you have 10 seconds to comply." Giving away spray paint and glue for free. "Hello, is this still available? Can I pick this up tomorrow?" "Hi, it's pending pickup today." "I said I would come get it. Send me your address, please." "Someone else asked before you and that's pending pickup, so sorry." "Dude, that's BS. I messaged you last night saying that I could pick it up this morning. I can come pick it up right now. Help out someone who would use it." "Dude, I had someone else message me last night and arrange for pickup today well before you messaged me. It's first come, first serve." "That's what I'm saying. If they're not going to be around until this afternoon, I'll come pick up the stuff right now." "That's not how I operate, man. I told the first person that messaged me that it was theirs. If they don't pick it up by the time they say they will, then I'll move on." "Enjoy that, douchebag. You probably have a cheater for a wife. Have a great day and God bless." Reactions like this are so bizarre. "Oh, so you called me a douchebag. In that case, I'll definitely do you a favor now." And then down in the comments we have this story from None for Gretchen. "I recently sold my iPad a few days before Christmas. I got tons of auto messages asking if it was still available. The first person to respond committed to paying in full and meeting me the next day. I didn't bother going through the remainder of the messages. Meetup was seamless, and I updated the ad to sold and it cleared all the messages from the messenger. Then I got an angry message from some mom. She had messaged me sometime the night before telling me to text her back at a phone number. I told her the iPad had been sold already. She got so mad and went on about how she sent her phone number and I never texted, and she could have come by today and how I ruined Christmas, blah blah blah. Selling standing dishwasher for £50. "Hi, is this still available? Will you take £20? "Hi, choosing beggar. Yeah, it's still available for pickup on Saturday the 23rd and January onwards. The price is currently £50. £20. As the listing says, the dishwasher is selling for £50. If this isn't an acceptable price for you, then I apologize and wish you all the best. £20 and I collect now. Have a good day." "Trust me, you'll come back to me and tell me to take it for £20. You will never sell it for £50. I gave you an offer now, so you better take it before I change my mind." "I'll take my chances, thanks." "Don't worry, I'll take it from you anytime because I'll be the only one who's interested." I've had this advertisement on for less than a day and I've already had multiple people express interest. I appreciate what you're saying, but with respect, I am not selling this dishwasher for £20. You will sell it when you give up on the price, which I'm sure about. Here, I'm not gonna say another word. I'll stop sending you anything. I'll leave you to your mind and illusions. Duly noted. Have a good day. Even if this choosing beggar is right and 20 pounds is a reasonable price for that dishwasher, I still wouldn't sell it to this choosing beggar because why would you want someone that smug to win? On this next post, OP is a 16-year-old who repairs small engines. I can absolutely do this repair for you, but it would be very helpful if you supplied the blade for me. If you want, I can just sharpen the blade you already have. I charge $10 an hour with a $20 minimum. An oil change is also $20. I do have the new blade already. I doubt the oil change and blade swap should take more than an hour. I disagree with the minimum charge of double, especially by a minor. If you were paying rent or had a family to feed, I might think differently. Thank you for your honest reply. Good luck. And good luck to you for finding a better deal. Godspeed. Down in the comments we have this reply from Josho. Next time I go for a job interview and I hear, the salary is $50K a year, I'll say, I have a wife and 10 kids. Oh, of course, then the salary will be $100,000 per year. That was r/choosing beggars, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish extra episodes. Also hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/choosing beggars, where free is way too expensive. Selling entrance table for $50. Need gone ASAP. I'll give you 25 and I'll pick it up today. Sorry, can't go lower than $50. I need this money for moving expenses. Since I'm moving it for you, I'll charge you $25 to move it. Cool. Sweet, you can Venmo me or Zelle. For sure, it's at haha comedy. And then this choosing beggar sends a QR code for payment. Pay me, then drop the address. See you tonight. Number 1, no. And number 2, hell no. WTF, I'ma report you for false advertising. I know you may be real bored in quarantine, but go find someone else to waste their time. I need a table. You have a table. I do have a table. Do you have $50? I charge for helping people move, half the cost of the product. Word up, good luck on your search. Simp. This next post comes from a Tinder profile. Read before you swipe, age 22. I don't have Instagram or Snapchat, so don't ask me. I'm interested in girls who either study physics or astronomy at Oxford or Cambridge. I'm only interested in English white girls and English white gingers. I swipe right for everyone so I can save myself time. Don't swipe without reading, that would not be very smart to do. Most of you can't read, can you? An STD test is needed as well, so if you wouldn't get one, don't bother matching me, and I like boobs, I don't like butts at all. The reason this guy doesn't like butts is because there's already one butthole in the relationship. Yo, bruh, can you send me that beat you just posted? I can make some fire on it. You can buy it on my track train for $15. Never mind, you're a broke N-word, dog. I'm broke? I'm the one providing a service. You can buy my service. That's the way the world works. I'm not the one rapping about bands, yet can't afford a $15 lease. If you want free beats, search on YouTube for the endless supply of cookie cutter beats for your generic sound. And the funny thing about this post is that this guy has the audacity to call himself Rich N-word. This next one is short, but I just had to include it. I feel like men should spend $1,000 minimum on the first date. And down in the comments, Greedy Library sums it up quite well. What the heck do I get on a $1,000 date? A dryer and a washing machine? I mean, the only way I can see making it to $1,000 after one night is if after the date ends, you go out and buy yourself a hooker. Posted to the Facebook Marketplace, giving away free seashells. Hello, I'd love to take these off your hands. Awesome, I can just leave them outside on my porch for a pickup whenever you're available. Yay, I can come in a few hours when I get off work. Thanks again, I've needed some shells for a project. What's your address? It's blank. I'll leave them out now in a bag on the doorstop, take them whenever. Shoot, darn it, that's about 40 minutes away from me. I don't suppose there's any way you could meet me halfway? I don't really leave the area here since I'm 8 months pregnant and with COVID going on. But if you're ever in the area, just let me know, and if they're still available, I'll leave them out for you. Yeah, sorry, I won't be in that area anytime soon. I have no reason to be over there, to be honest. Those shells are something I need, though. Is it possible you could meet me at the Walmart off of blank and blank? That's 30 minutes away from me. The shells are totally for free, and it's unreasonable for me to drive an hour round trip. As I said, if you're ever in the area, I'll leave them out. Unreasonable? It's just a polite thing to do to compromise with people. You're selling on a community page where people help each other out, especially with COVID going on. Asking to meet halfway isn't something unreasonable at all. I'm interested in them because they're free, but I'd end up spending time and money to drive so far. Kinda defeats the purpose of a free item. If you can't meet me, at least hold them, please. Thank you. I have someone coming to get them shortly. I got these at the beach. They were free and easy to find if you really need them that badly. Okay, I have to say that's pretty messed up. Why can you not hold them for me? It's not like you're missing out on a sell. They're free. It's business etiquette. First come, first serve. Extremely rude to give them to someone else. It wouldn't have inconvenienced you at all to just wait for me. Like I said, you aren't missing out on any money or anything. I don't have the time or ability to go to the beach. Otherwise, I'd have just gone there, don't you think? That's why I was looking for free shells. This was supposed to be for my daughter mermaid room, and not having them will be a big inconvenience for me. I just wanted to let you know that it's extremely rude to give them to someone else and not just hang on to them for a few days, especially after I told you how much I needed them and messaged you first. Hope the other person needed them as much as me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to explain to my daughter that we won't have seashells for her room and why we won't. Thanks. Man, that woman is shellfish. Hey, Blink, it's my birthday coming up on the weekend, and I was wondering if you'd take me fishing because my car is in the shop. Yeah, man, that would be fun. What do you want to go fishing for? Lol, what do you mean? Fishing for fish? What else would we fish for? Well, yeah, for fish. But I mean, like, what species of fish? Like, do you want a trout, bass, sunfish, catfish, something else entirely? Yeah, I have no idea. I just want to go out and catch what's there, I suppose. You know, I'm gonna be honest, I've never been fishing, I just want to try it really. Alright, since you've never been before, I'll take you to catch some sunfish. It should be nice and easy. Do you have any fishing gear? No, that's why I'm coming to you. Since you go a lot, I'd figure you would have some extra gear. Oh yeah, for sure. You can borrow one of my rods. It's no big deal, I have 3 or 4. Rad, so what do I need to bring? Bring some worms, you can use them for bait. Oh, and you'll need a fishing license. The F? A license? Do I gotta go take a test or something? No man, you just gotta buy it. They're like $10 for a 2-day license. Oof, kinda putting my money towards my car. Since it's my birthday, do you mind hooking a brother up? Bro, it's $10. Exactly, only $10. Don't be stingy. Look, fine, whatever. Yeah, 'cause it's my birthday, dog. Yeah, like, we've been friends a cool minute. You'll get the worms though, right? Sounds like a process. Do I dig them up? Yeah, sprinkle some water on the ground and they'll come to the top of the dirt. Are you messing with me? 'Cause that sounds stupid. Well, you could buy them at the bait shop if you prefer. How much? A whole day's worth of worms is like $2 to $3, or you could dig them up in like 10 minutes. And I'm bringing lures and stuff for us to use. I can do that, but, can you take me to the bait shop? Not exactly gonna just walk there. Yeah, that's fine. I can get you a license while we're there. When did you want to go? First thing in the morning? Preferably in the afternoon. I don't get up early. I mean, yeah, I get that, but fish are not very active in the afternoon. So morning really would be best. Besides, I can take you to lunch or something afterwards to celebrate. How early are we talking? 6 a.m. Yeah, no, not happening. I'm not getting up that early on my birthday. I mean, we could just not go then. The F is that supposed to mean? Just like, what? Maybe there would be something else you'd enjoy doing. Are you trying to seduce me? What? No, I'm engaged. You know this. Neat, you have a ring and a promise. That'll surely hold. Bro, WTF? Just effing with you. On a real note, are you trying to get out of buying my fishing license just because I won't get up early? I just don't want to take you fishing if we're probably not going to catch anything. There are other fun things we could do, like bowling, but not intercourse. Hey, I got an idea. Just let me borrow your boat to go on the water. Oh, yeah, I can take you out on the boat. No, I mean like just me and my girl on the water. No. Come on, bro, why? It's my birthday. Don't be a douchebag about it. How would you even get the boat on the water? Your car is in the shop. Don't you just leave your boat docked? Can't I just use your truck then? You've been to my house. You know I keep it in the driveway. And no, you cannot borrow my truck. Dude, you're being unreasonable. How? I just needed a couple of hours. Are you telling me you can't stay home for a couple of hours even if it's my birthday? I don't care if it's your birthday. I'm not letting you borrow my truck, tow my boat, try to back it up, and probably break something. Dude, F you, you know I'm responsible. Nah, ever since you started dating that girl, you've been slipping. Like, what even happened to your car? It was fairly new. Minor fender bender, but that's besides the point. It wasn't even my fault. You can't borrow the truck. Man, F you. I just wanted to celebrate my birthday out on the water. I've known you for forever and you're gonna do me like this? F you, dude. I don't know what happened to you between high school and now, but you became a total B-word, dude. Don't reply then. F you. This guy wants to fish, but he doesn't have a truck or boat or fishing rod or fishing lures or any basic knowledge about fishing or even the willpower to do the things you need to do in order to go fishing. I think this guy expected to just show up at the lake, scream, "It's my birthday!" at the lake, and fish just magically jump into his hands. Are there any Christian plumbers on Facebook who are willing to volunteer to do $4,000 worth of plumbing to help a Christian family get the water working in her home? If so, please comment. I know that God has laid it on your heart to do it because God has no hands but our hands. And then OP included some of the replies to that post. Please stop just trying to get something for free. Don't be using God to try and get it. This makes me sick. You said it, lol. Yeah, this got me sick. Like, really. Plumbers gotta eat too. And down in the comments of this Reddit post, there are dozens and dozens of stories of people experiencing similar things with religious people. Posted to r/unpopular opinion. YouTubers should not get paid. Why do normal non-celebrity YouTubers get paid real money? For example, I'm into travel, so I watch a lot of airline reviews, trip reports on different airlines and to different countries, etc. I recently learned that these people get paid to post their review videos. I follow some pilot and flight attendant YouTubers and they get paid just to film their everyday lives? I don't get it. Some educational channels I follow too get paid just for posting videos about their country or language, etc. Doing YouTube is a choice and you should not get paid for it. It should be solely for entertainment purposes and there's no reason to make money off of it, especially since most of you have real jobs. So obviously I've got a lot of opinions on this, but I'll keep it short. The amount of work that goes into maintaining a YouTube channel can be pretty significant. Most YouTubers treat it like a full-time job, working 40, sometimes 60 hours a week. They record, edit, and post this content completely for free. And if you're honestly too entitled to sit through a 5-second YouTube ad and feel compelled to complain about it, then to be honest, you don't deserve to watch the content. This next post is a cross post from r/amIthebutthole. In this post, OP is married to a woman named Sherry, and Sherry is close friends with Amanda, who's quite wealthy. And just for clarity, OP is the choosing beggar here. Amanda is also a total rich snob. Her dad is some big shot at a tech company, so she lives lavishly even though she's just an assistant professor. She got her degrees from Ivy Leagues, which she always brings up when we get into arguments about politics. She always wears super expensive stuff and gives my wife luxurious things. For example, she took my wife on a 2-week trip to Paris for her 30th birthday, which is very generous of her, but Paris is for couples. And I think it was rude of her to not extend the offer to me because we're married. For my 30th birthday, she gave me a bottle of 30-year aged whiskey, which was nice, but Paris? Anyways, Amanda and Sherry were talking about baby stuff, and they started talking about the cost of children, like college fund, extracurriculars, etc. I popped in and joked, "Hey, how much are you putting into the baby's college fund since you're acting like the third parent, Amanda?" And she just laughed it off, which made me kinda pissed. Because I think that since she's always calling herself auntie and inserting herself into our business, acting like a parent, she should contribute since she's completely capable of it. So I pushed a little and she completely overreacted and said, "Weird how you always rail at me for being raised as a spoiled princess, but you were the one who grew up to be the entitled prick." Which is completely unacceptable and incredibly rude. I told her to get out and never come back, and that if she was going to contribute to my child's future, she'd need to be a part of it. I love how this guy calls Amanda a rich snob, and then when she calls him an entitled prick, he's like, "This is completely outrageous." This story happened yesterday. I'm a middle school teacher and have been working on and off from home. In my free time, I've been using my sewing machine to make masks for free for the elderly and vulnerable. I'm not a professional seamstress, but these masks are up to the standard of most cloth masks sold. I had a woman ask me for 5 masks for her grandparents, step-grandparents, and a great uncle. I happily accepted. My post on the group in question clearly labeled that they were 3-layer cotton masks. I put them on my doorstep for pickup. She picks them up. I don't receive confirmation of this, which is fine. I didn't do this for praise. I received a few messages the next day, however, saying that she only needed 4, and the 5th was to cut open and check the quality. She berated me via text for them only being 3 layers, as stated in the advertisement. I've ignored the 5+ messages she sent me today alone. It won't discourage me from helping, as I've given over 30 of these to some really cool folks without incident. But holy heck, some people are ungrateful. OP, that's really noble of you. My only contribution to society is making fun of people on the internet. So, you're a better person than me for sure. That was r/choosingbeggars, and if you like this content, then check out my Patreon where I publish extra videos. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/choosingbeggars, where OP describes the worst date in history. Dear r/askreddit, what was your worst experience on the market for a soulmate? He, an 18-year-old guy, brought his sister with him on the first date. This wouldn't be an issue if she wasn't his older sibling, 23 years old. At the time, I was 17 and we had met at a football game at his high school when he had asked me to meet him at an Olive Garden for a date. She asked me to pay for her to eat with us, and I declined as she was a literal stranger. She ate all the bread and stole a random dirty soda cup off of an empty table. When I asked her brother, the person I was on the date with, basic getting to know you questions, she would talk about how nosy I was, while I was still at the table. She tried to corner me at the bathroom to ask for money after I told her brother that I worked. She took the appetizers someone else ordered off of their table while they were away. When I decided to walk out on the date, he punched a wall and his sister tried to fight me for $40 so she could pay her phone bill. There was no second date. I'm actually shocked that there was no second date. Our next Reddit post is from Timberdog Barks, and I'm really sorry about the resolution of this screen cap. It's almost unreadable, but the story's so good I had to include it. So a little bit of context here, OP is a tutor and his sister-in-law is the other person on the text message. Why can't you just dump your Wednesday lesson and free it for my daughter? I told you the only days I can tutor Cassie are Tuesday and Thursdays 5 to 6. If you can't fit that window, she'd have to join in with the rest. I'm more than happy to help Cassie improve her grades because we're family, but I'm not gonna dump paying clients who have been with me for so long, causing me to lose money. Well, you give me no choice. I'll talk to my brother and tell him you refuse to help Cass, and it's your fault when she fails her class. Drop your Wednesday classes. You don't need the money anyway. You're being unreasonable. I'm willing to tutor your daughter for free because she's my niece. I love her and want to help her, but my lessons are already arranged this way. I'm sorry, but I can't stop tutoring on Wednesdays just because it's convenient to you. And I do need the money. Okay, WTF, are you trying to make me feel guilty for not paying you? We're family, don't be rude and greedy. A sin. I'm willing to accept you coming to our house on Saturday morning at 8 to teach her. Make sure to come 15 minutes earlier to fix her breakfast, cause Saturdays we like to sleep till late, and have her dressed and ready at 10 for Grammy to pick her up and take her to hers. Would you like me to mop the floors and clean the litter box when I finish? WTF is your problem? You're humiliating me and insulting my family. I'm gonna call my brother right now, and he's gonna dump your mongrel butt. You think you're above my family sitting on your pile of cash, the richest jerk in the cemetery. Learn your place, you house inward. And OP made another post down in the comments which shines some more light on how crazy and racist this choosing beggar is. When someone asked OP if her husband would side with his sister, OP replies, "He's my husband. His sister has disliked me from the day she met me because I'm black and a foreigner." She's a racist, and when she's angry, it shows. She resents the fact he chose me over his family. His family is very racist and cut ties with him when we got married. His parents haven't met our children yet because they're mixed race and they don't want anything to do with us. We kept in touch with his little sister because she's his little sister and she lives near us, but she's always making sly comments and covert racist remarks towards me. My husband has told her many times that as much as he loves her, he won't tolerate her treating me like garbage just because my skin happens to be dark. But she had never called me anything as bad as what she did today. My husband was with me while I was texting with her and saw the messages. He called her up straight away and told her she's dead to him and doesn't want to hear from her ever again. She cried her eyes out, crocodile tears, and said she'd apologize to me and didn't really mean what she said. But her daughter is failing her classes and it's my fault because I don't want to tutor her. She didn't mean it. She's only crying because she got caught. We have given her many chances, but there's no cure for racism and stupidity. And I already told her I have no problem with her daughter coming in for tutoring after school with the other kids. I don't even charge her because I genuinely want to help her get better grades. But I'm not gonna quit tutoring the other paying kids just because some are black. And she doesn't want her daughter sitting in the same room as them. Funny because there are black kids in her class in school and she doesn't put up a fight because she knows she can't get away with being racist towards kids in a public school and they won't give her crazy demands the time of day. The problem comes because her daughter has Zumba and other activities after school every day of the week except Wednesdays. So because she wants me to tutor her exclusively, she expects me to get rid of the other kids and spend the hour teaching her daughter alone. How am I going to dismiss my Wednesday's class just for her when her daughter is welcome to come anyway? What am I supposed to tell the kids' parents? That I can't work for them anymore because their presence bothers my sister-in-law? Am I supposed to say no to that money to teach her daughter for free? I don't mind teaching her for free, but she has to compromise and bring her in with everybody else. Or, give priority to her grades over Zumba. Quit Zumba and bring her in for tutoring. Oh, and trust me, I do need the money. I have bills to pay just like everybody else. But in her head, we must be loaded because we go on holidays once a year and we enjoy eating out sometimes and going to the movies. Sorry for the long rant, but I'm super pissed she had the guts to call me those things. Don't feel bad, OP. If someone called me those things, I'd want to rant too. Though, to be honest, I'm shocked that this choosing beggar understood your sarcasm when you said, "Would you also like me to mop the floors and clean the kitty litter?" Part of me was expecting her to be like, "Yeah, that'd be great, thanks." Our next Reddit post is from Sad Creative. Hey, I'll buy the phone right now. I can come to you in the next 15 minutes. I'll pay $140. $250. $160? I have people offering $250. I can be there in 5 minutes. Huh? No, $250 only. I am here. Where? $250? I drove 45 minutes. Are you really gonna decline $160? Yes, I am. You think I was going to accept $160? Don't use guilt to try and persuade me either. I don't know you, weird mother effer. You stupid grunt, go F yourself, you lonely F. You're a stupid piece of doo-doo. I'm around the corner if you're talking funny, wussy. Go to heck, nerd. Have fun on your way home. So this choosing beggar said they drove 45 minutes to get here, but actually just a few text messages earlier they said, I can come to you in the next 15 minutes. Honestly, it's kind of pathetic. Our next Reddit post is from Ripped Trousers. I used to work at a little pizzeria, and after a busy night, we'd sometimes end up with a couple of mistake pizzas that we couldn't sell sitting on top of the oven. Like if the cook accidentally put on the wrong toppings or a slightly burned pizza, stuff like that. Well, one night, about 20 minutes before closing, a lady comes in and proceeds to tell me a sob story about her and her son being stranded and hungry, having nothing to eat all day, and can I give her a free pizza? You're in luck. I actually do have a free pizza tonight, and you can have it. Can I see it? Me taking the pizza box off the oven and showing her a perfectly fine pepperoni and mushroom pizza. Ew, it's got mushrooms on it. Me, surprised she's being picky. I guess so. Can you make me a different pizza? Not for free. If you want a pizza to order, I have to charge you for it. But I don't have any money. So take this free one then. But I don't like mushrooms. You can pick them off. The lady making a disgusted face. I don't want that one. Can't you give me anything else? Sorry, this is the only thing I can give you for free. Then she makes an angry sigh and just walks out. Doesn't take the pizza. I guess they weren't that hungry. Then we have this really interesting post from Mass Trip down in the comments. When I used to work as a firefighter, we had this one fan who would listen to our calls on a scanner. He worked at a local Pizza Hut, and if he heard us go on a serious fire that lasted a while, he would wait until we got back to the station and then send us some mistake pizzas that people hadn't picked up or whatever. He was our freaking hero. To this day, that same fire station always orders from that Pizza Hut. I do too. Thanks, dude. You're remembered with fondness. That was r/choosing beggars, and if you like my content, hit that subscribe button and come back for more daily Reddit videos. Welcome to r/choosing beggars, where a CEO complains that slavery is illegal. Where's my effing government check? What the F will 1,000 do? Buy me ultra padded Charmin so my squeaky clean butt can stay nice and dry while I'm drowning in tears from effing boredom? Jesus effing Christ on a bike. The government can keep their loose change. It's time that my friends and family step up to the plate and offer me something that will carry me through this time. Please comment your donation amounts and whether you're paying me cash, check, Venmo, etc. No donations lower than $50 for ease of consolidation. I'll give you $350 cash. Call me at this phone number. Lol, you gave me a strip club's phone number. Yes, I did. Now you can apply because that's how much strippers make a night. Go F yourself and shove a chewed wet corn on the cob up your butthole. Man, $350 per night? Am I in the wrong profession? selling roller skates for 150 bucks.
Is this still available? I would pay $80 cash today if you could deliver to New West.
You want me to knock off $70 and drive to New West in the middle of a pandemic? Hard pass.
You're scared to drive your own car, lol. Hard pass for being an idiot and a twat. Good luck. I can see why they're still for sale, lol.
On this next post, this choosing beggar commissioned an artist for customized Easter egg buckets. The creator said, "I'm the owner of Personalized and Made with Love. I live in Hopper's Crossing and can have items made within 24 hours, ready for contactless pickup."
Hello, I'm looking for Easter buckets with my son and daughter's name on it. Please and thank you. Have you got designs?
I have buckets and tin pails.
And how much for a pink one and a blue one, please?
They're 15 bucks each. I can make it in the next hour or two ready for pickup.
I get paid Tuesday, so I'll do it then if that's okay. And I'll have to try to pick it up. I live in Werribee, but don't drive. On the blue one, the name is Eli, and the pink one is Ariana. Please and thank you.
Do you know someone that can pick it up for you? I can make them for you now. Are you wanting the big bucket or the tin ones with handles?
Are they different prices? I wanted the metal with handle, please.
Same price, no worries. I'll make them up for you now. Ready for whenever you order. Much appreciated. Then, a few hours later, "Hey hun, were you able to find someone to pick up the buckets?"
I can't find anyone to pick them up as people aren't going out.
"Oh no, you don't think you'll get them by Easter? I'm okay with that if you are. Did you want to just bank transfer the money for now?"
I'll have to pass. My partner ended up getting the kids a bucket without me even knowing.
I'm sorry to hear, but this is a business and I have used my time to create something personalized for you. Can you please still pay me for my time and pick up the items you ordered?
No. Money-hungry people, it took not even 5 minutes to do it.
Excuse me? You can't be serious. You came to me. You asked me to do it.
Yeah, so I could see what they look like. I'm not paying that. Other people seen them and said they wouldn't pay that for them.
And the amazing thing about this is that it wasn't the artist who posted the screenshot conversation. It was the choosing beggar who posted it. She said,
"Delete if you want, just saying my opinion. So I will not be putting up with people demanding me for money. I will not buy something that is not worth it. It took not even 5 minutes. I don't want something that's slapped together. I want something that took time. So if you want to mouth off and carry on about this, go ahead. I know there will be plenty more demanding, disrespectful, money-hungry people."
On this next post, a choosing beggar found his conversation posted on Reddit.
Why did you put our conversation on Reddit, F-face? Make me my channel banner or I'm reporting you.
That's funny. I thought you blocked me. So I'm guessing this means you couldn't find someone willing to make you a YouTube banner for $1 then?
F off, butt wipe. Just make me my banner and I won't report you for wasting my time.
You know what? You're right. How could I turn down such a handsome payment? And then OP makes a YouTube banner that just says, "I'm a choosing beggar. Hope you like it."
Such a waste of my effing time.
You get what you pay for, especially when you also waste my time. Have a nice day.
F you, reported. Your account is gonna get deleted.
Good luck with the channel.
Go jump off the blank, you piece of garbage. Blocked again. Looking for free laptop for work, $0. I'm looking for a laptop that I can use for my work and home. Its size can be anywhere from 11 inches to 15.6 inches. I will need it delivered to my address. Will be given if I accept your offer. Brands I would accept include Microsoft, HP, Acer, Asus, Lenovo, Apple, etc.
On this next post, OP is asking strangers on the internet for $200 to throw a dog's birthday party.
Dang, I really wish I got more. I'm super grateful for what I got 100%, but I only got $55 out of what I needed.
And then an admin responds, "OP, this is extremely not allowed. This is guilt posting and very against the rules and fundamentals of our group. I'm muting you for 7 days and turning your comments off. Message the ModMen team page with any questions. Also, what on earth do you need to buy for $200 for a dog's birthday? A pack of bacon is like $10, and in my experience, that's all you need to make a dog very, very happy. A user liked your comment so much that they've given you the Reduce, Reuse, Recycle award. They've included this note. Had a bad day, thanks for making me laugh, smiley face. As a reward, you get the special Reduce, Reuse, Recycle award icon on your comment. Very dapper. Are you effing kidding me? I spend my time writing a funny comment and you give me a worthless award? You should at least give me gold. Jesus Christ, F you. I'm sorry, frowny face. I don't have enough coins to give you gold. I gave you all I had left. Man, responses like this makes me wish Reddit had an option to unsend awards. I can't believe OP apologized to this choosing beggar. He doesn't deserve an apology, let alone an award. Email subject, compensation. Hi, I don't know if you remember me, but we used to go to school together in Dubai. I sat opposite you for most classes. Well, your email was on your Facebook, and I know that you're doing art now, so I was wondering if you would paint me something to go in my house. Like a big mural or something. It would need to be done in the next couple of weeks or so, cause I'm sure you're not doing much due to the pandemic. Anyway, let me know what you think. Hi, when you say Dubai, do you mean in year 2? Because I'm having a hard time placing you. But anyway, I'm still doing my essays for the end of the year, but I think I'll be able to work on something. Exactly how big are you wanting this painting to be? I have a couple of canvases already primed at my house, so you're in luck. There's one that's 2 meters by 2 meters, or one that's 1.5 by 3 meters. Also, what exactly are you wanting me to paint, because that might affect how long it takes. Thanks. I can't believe that you don't remember me. That's actually a bit rude. But anyways, it's going to be a picture of me and my dog. It's my mom's birthday coming up, and I know she'll just love it cause she loves us so much. For the size, I was actually wanting a whole lot bigger, like maybe 5 meters by 7 meters because it's going to be a statement piece. For time, I need it to be done in 2 weeks please, as that's when her birthday is. Also, I won't be able to pay you until this whole pandemic thing is over, just in case you're about to ask about price. I don't know if you know, but my mom owns a hairdresser's and she'll be willing to come to yours and do your hair when she picks up the painting in exchange. As nice as that offer is, I think I'm going to have to decline. For starters, for me to get a canvas that size, it would cost a lot of money and labor, not even factoring in the pandemic, to just get it to my place. Then it would take me way longer than 2 weeks to paint something that size. Also, if I'm not going to get paid for it, then there really isn't any point in me going out of my way for this. I'm sorry. Wow, OMG,